All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Archaeology with Flint Dibble. I think I'm Flint Dibble, right? Am I wrong here? And make sure you put in the chat if you can hear me as usual. Every now and then you can't. But I think everybody can because my good friend and colleague, Dr. Dan Fallu, is joining me for the start of this live stream. And what we're going to be discussing is kind of the 1-year anniversary of my confrontation, debate, conversation, verbal brawl with Graham Hancock in front of Joe Rogan. Yeah, this is going to be exciting, I hope. And there's a lot of topics to cover. We have a busy lineup. Let's see, we start off with Dan here. Then I'll have a bit of a chance in between to take some questions and to chat with you guys one-on-one. And then we'll be joined by Professor John Hoops of the Kansas University. And maybe, if we're lucky, Milo Rossi, who's at Kansas right now, he's going to give a lecture for there under the invitation of Professor Hoops. I'm not sure if he's going to have time, though. He told me probably not. And then we'll have Erica from the Gutsick Gibbon YouTube channel to chat about debating pseudoscience and stuff like that. And then we'll have on Laura from Megalith Hunter and Frederick from Digging Up Ancient Aliens to talk about our real archaeology event and other kinds of archaeology, pseudoscience type stuff. And then we'll have some more time for some chit chat. We have Dr. Joe Wilson coming on. And then we'll end with Rachel from Inside Archaeology. And then we'll actually end, I'll cover some more questions. So just to make sure everybody knows the program, it's a packed one. It's going to be rocking. And I think there's a lot to cover. I'll try to watch the chat some. You're going to have a lot more luck getting me to answer your question if you give me a super thanks or a super chat, because I have a feeling the chat's going to be bumping. Another place you might get my attention is we have an Ask Me Anything going on Reddit, on the Ask Archaeology subreddit, where I've already started answering a ton of questions about pseudoarchaeology and things like that. So we're pumped. I'm having a crappy day for other reasons, so I'm a little lower energy than normal, but I'll try to be as high energy as I can be. And yes, this will make us Google debunker. Okay. I think that people know the story. If you're here a year ago, literally 1 year ago yesterday, I was in Austin talking with Graham and Joe. And 1 year ago today, I think maybe at this hour, maybe it's an hour from now because it's noon Central Time, the video was released. Yeah, I think part of why I wanted to start with Dan is because he was extremely involved in my preparation for this debate. So I just want to walk everybody through really quickly before I start chatting with Dan about the preparation component, about how this started. In many ways, this started with the release of Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. I was researching Atlantis already at that point in time, and I'd read some of Graham Hancock when the show came out, and the first few minutes of it just kind of shocked me. He just went on an all-out attack on my field and my colleagues, and I was kind of shocked. He's not such an asshole in his books, but on screen, he just criticizes, insults, and demeans archaeologists, telling us that we're covering up stuff. And literally within 3 days, I wrote like a 40-tweet Twitter thread about how Graham Hancock declared war on archaeologists in this Netflix show that was seen by millions. And that led to me writing an op-ed with the same title in the conversation. And then all the Twitter back and forth and stuff like that led to Graham Hancock. In fact, before the show was released, Graham was on Joe Rogan the day beforehand promoting the show, and Joe invited on any archaeologist that wanted to. And they said, Graham and Randall said, nobody's going to want to face on Graham because it's Graham Hancock. And so there was a lot of arguing back and forth in this. This is late 2022. And Graham started getting very upset with archaeologists who were criticizing his show. And he said, put your money where your mouth is. Let's debate. And he really wanted to debate Professor Hoops, who, like I said, is coming on next because Professor Hoops was a very vocal critic of Graham Hancock going back over a decade. Yeah, you can see Professor Hoops right here. And well, in the end, it was me. I got very tired of seeing my colleagues demeaned. And so I wrote a public letter that I posted on Twitter to Joe Rogan, Graham Hancock, and Matt Staggs. And I said, I am writing to take up Joe Rogan's invitation for an archaeologist to come on the Joe Rogan Experience and chat about Graham Hancock's unsubstantiated idea for a lost, advanced, Ice Age civilization. I'm a qualified archaeologist with over 20 years of experience. I've taught archaeology at Dartmouth College and the University of Cincinnati. I've excavated in Neanderthal caves, Neolithic areas in Albania, pre-dynastic tombs at Abydos in Egypt, the Bronze Age tomb of the Griffin warrior at Pylos in Greece, an industrial quarter in the ancient Greek colony at Histria in Romania, and a fabulous Roman latrine at Pompeii in Italy. And as I mentioned, I'm one of Graham Hancock's sharpest critics. I've given all these interviews, and I said the invitation is from episode 1897, where Joe said, I would invite those people to come on here and talk with you. Graham said, yes, I would love to do that. Joe said, I would be fascinated to see their argument. Graham said, absolutely, it would be a great debate to have. Very few archaeologists are willing to debate me. And I said, I'm willing to have a conversation with these two. In December, on his website and on Twitter, Graham invited these people on. I declined to go to the Cosmic Summit because I'd be busy excavating. And I prefer, it's a closed event, and I prefer to share real archaeology widely. That was my goal, was to get archaeology out to as many people as possible. And I am tired of Graham Hancock insulting archaeologists. He accuses us of censorship when he has a large platform. He calls us, quote, arrogant, patronizing, and afraid to talk with him. Recently, in an interview on London Real, he labels Dr. John Hoops a coward for refusing to go on Joe Rogan. Hancock also said he will only talk to Dr. Hoops on Joe Rogan and not other nobodies. So I will accept Joe Rogan's public invitation and share real archaeology widely with his audience. We will talk sex, drugs, and rock and roll in real ancient societies while disproving Graham Hancock's baseless, lost Ice Age civilization. With or without Graham Hancock, it will be an engaging conversation. And if Graham Hancock refuses this offer, then Graham Hancock is the coward. And so that got their attention. That got their attention. And that got me on the Joe Rogan Experience with that letter. And I think probably many of you have seen the debate, and I hope that some of you go check out the video that was dropped yesterday by Professor Dave, the great big pseudo-archaeology debunk of Graham Hancock, Dan Richards, and Jimmy Corsetti. I'm going to put that link in the chat right now. I made a cameo in the video, and I talked with Dave a bit beforehand. I fully endorsed the science in there. Some of the jokes, you know, I thought they were funny. Other people might not. But I found them hilarious, at least most of them. And yeah, so go check that out. I think it's really important to spread the word on what's going on. And I think we're going to try to cover some of the prep that was going on, some of our goals, and try to discuss openly and honestly about the impact that this debate has had. It's not very often that scholars debate pseudoscientists, and so I think it's key. So I do want to take a couple super chat questions. You're on in an hour, right? Sorry, John Hoops might be coming in early. Let me make sure that we know what's going on. Or in 45 minutes. Okay, so we have one quick question I want to cover up. When will we have a podcast on Joe's show with only the dibs? Very good question. I wrote a public letter. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to have two conversations at once. Sorry, Dust King. I would love to have a solo conversation with Joe. I asked him in my public letter, and I have asked him in a private message. I have gotten no response to the private one. I'm going to, since I am assuming he's not going to invite me back on at this point, I'm going to produce a video about Joe's responses to me. I think they're valuable, and I think they show a lot about Joe as an individual and as an entertainer. So that's a video that I'm working on right now, and I hope can be done reasonably quickly. We will see. So next question from the amazing Brian Poe. Thank you, Dust King, by the way, and thank you, Brian. Congrats, and thanks for making such a compelling and informative real-time refutation. Thank you. Wasn't even a question. I really appreciate it, Brian, and I appreciate your support on social media as well. Okay, Dan, what are your thoughts about our prep? Dan, by the way, was we have excavated together since 2007. We worked together in Athens. We published articles together, and so I've known Dan for a long time. And he was one of my key, the most important person helping me do some research and prep for this. And so
I'll never get Graham Hancock's voice from his audiobooks out of my head, Flint.
But yeah, I think that so Dan, what were your thoughts on sort of the ideas of doing this, the goals, and how we prepped? Let's try to walk everybody through this a bit. Our stuff from about 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, sure. I remember, God, the timeline's a bit fuzzy, because we had sort of wrapped up with Hunting Atlantis thing, and then Graham Hancock surfaced, and when you agreed to do it, we started talking about the approach, and you had come around with the truth sandwiches, or is that what they're called? Yes.
Yeah, the truth sandwich. Yeah.
So, something I had never heard of. And I think I remember when we first talked about it, we were completely sort of my approach to it was just to spam debunk things. And I remember, because you called me out on it, what a terrible idea that would be. And I agree with you now. But I think that was it was sort of 0 to 60 for me very quickly, because it was I didn't really realize Graham Hancock was still out and about. I was really into him like 20 years ago. And then and I think when we talked, I was more familiar with his work than you were, having
well,
been
no,
one
I'd
of the
already done a
people.
bunch of the reading of his books at that point, because I was thinking
Yeah,
about my book.
but I mean, like Signing the Seal, I read when I was like 12. And I had come up under this stuff. I mean, I had even read Ignatius Donnelly before I read a single archaeological textbook when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I mean, I remember the very first thing we started with was looking at the sites. And I think that's ironic now.
Yeah, so let's break some of this apart for everybody. So look,
Yeah.
I think a lot of approaches. So I'm actually a weird person to be debunking pseudoscience. What I've found is that most of my colleagues in archaeology who address pseudoarchaeology, they were kind of fans of pseudoarchaeology as kids. Like Dan here, you used to like pseudoarchaeology. John Hoops is going to be on soon, and he also, when he was a kid, was a fan of pseudoarchaeology. And this is a common thread about people I've talked with. But because my dad was a scholar, I never was enamored by pseudoarchaeology. I always knew real archaeology. I grew up doing it. And so, and in that sense, I always thought I had a different approach. And my different approach was that truth sandwich idea. Which I didn't come up with the idea, but it was how I always saw about how to approach stuff, which was that if we're going to address claims of these pseudoscientists, we have to be the ones to set the context, right? Because if we just follow their context, I had this problem when I started researching one of those sites, Gunung Padang, which came up in the debate. And everything you Google about Gunung Padang, because most of the actual research is in Indonesia, it it's wrong. It's in the context and the framing of these pseudoscientists, all the English material out there until fairly recently. And so it really frustrates me when we start to research the keywords that these people use, because they're using the wrong terminology, they're using the wrong evidence, and we need to reframe how we present this stuff. And so that's why I wanted to start with this kind of stuff, like what is archaeology? Or even the very first thing I started with, these kind of sex pots, where it's kind of like, how do we understand the trade and the context where these pots are found, because they're part of an international trade. And so, it was this kind of setting, this context, that I think really helps me connect with the audience, and even with Joe when he was there, because I was representing and showing archaeology as something different than what Graham always presents it as. And so it's that's why I demanded to go first as well. So yeah, that was how my strategy, I think, was different than if some of my other colleagues would have gone on and wanted to just straight up debunk different points.
Well, I think
Yeah.
like knowing what we now know, and going through like what the show, because remember too, like when we started, like my assignments from you were to watch the show ad nauseum and to read the books ad nauseum, and I was reading the books while listening to the audiobooks and watching the show, so much that my stepdaughter has a nickname for Graham Hancock from all the times that she was listening to him. She calls him the angry British man. And my Norwegian stepdaughter, who knows nothing about archaeology or English speaking people. But everything was about context, and he sets up his own context. And when the shows, you look at like what happens in Malta, where with one sentence he basically casts aside all the archaeological context. We know that there are no real dates from the temples at Malta, which is a false statement. But he does that so he can then go in and move everything however he wants to. In that case, it was that other alternative researcher who had come up to decided to redate everything by the alignment to Sirius. But he does this in every place, and he does this in his books, is that he sets his own context. In his books, he does it like a travel log, where it's sort of his own experience moving into the site, and he builds from himself outwards. In the show, honestly, he was a bit more archaeological in the show than he is in the way he sets up his books. But the same way, it's always taking away the archaeological context and replacing with something else.
Yeah.
The interesting stuff about the sites.
What I think's funny is exactly that. What he does is he really ignores the evidence for what a site dates to. It's why I always argue that he has no evidence, because he goes to all these sites that are actually really well dated and then tries to make it look like they're not, when they actually really are. And so he has no good evidence. And I think that's what shocked me about the debate. You started alluding to it, that a lot of the work you had done to help me research this kind of stuff was in naught. And I mentioned this at the end of the Professor Dave video that I made a cameo in, where like it really blew my mind when I did all this prep and hard work to prepare to counter his claims at various sites. And then he showed up and he didn't want to talk about a single archaeological site. Like, he didn't want to talk to me about Göbekli Tepe. He didn't want to talk to me about Serpent Mound. He didn't want to talk to me about Easter Island. He didn't want to talk to me about Gunung Padang. The only reason we talked about Gunung Padang was because Graham wanted to say that I was mean to Danny Hillman. And Joe kept saying, well, let's talk about the site. And Graham kept saying, we don't have time for that. And so it was just like, what is this, man? This is so pathetic. Like, how are you not here to actually defend your friggin' claims?
Wait, you were mean to Danny Hillman? What is it Danny Hillman calls you again?
What does he call me? I don't even remember. He calls me something funny.
The Little Mermaid or something?
Yeah, he called me the Little Mermaid. That's what it was. I love how these people claim that we're so mean when they say such vicious and vile things about me. Because, part of the lead up of the debate was this ongoing Twitter war. And I had my cancer come back, and I was on some really nasty therapy for it, which gave me like fevers of like 104 degrees Fahrenheit over 40 degrees Celsius. And here's Jimmy Corsetti claiming that I'm faking my cancer to get out of a debate. And it's just like, these people are total assholes. You know, like they are just vile people and they claim we're mean. And it's just like, you have to be kidding me. That's, you know, that's just one of the things that like, I don't get these people and how they actually have people that don't get that they lie so badly. Yeah, do you want to? So what else do we do to prepare? We'll talk with John a bit about the practice debates, I imagine,
I mean, the
when he
practice
comes on.
debates.
Yeah, that
If I
was
don't get, since I won't get to talk to him, tell him he was absolutely chilling as Graham Hancock. Um, but what? Yeah, what? I mean, it was quite a lot of you and me back and forth. Did you catch this? You know, did you catch this site? He said this thing that doesn't seem accurate. He name drops this person. I mean, we really did a lot of. I don't. I want to say use. It was effectively ended up being useless. I mean, it created a lot of. It made us a lot more prepared for things as they happened afterwards. I think because we were really in tune with sort of the direction things might go. But I don't. I think a lot of it was. I mean, really, Flint. I read so much Graham Hancock, and to the point where like the writing formulas, and we were talking about this all the time about how he structures his books because it's always the same structure. You know, it's the travel log, mid break, and then the wild speculation.
Yeah,
Um,
no, I agree. And like the way we kind of set it up, you know, is we knew that we'd have three sections where we could present,
yeah,
and I'd go first. And so, you know, I really wanted to avoid that context, which is how I developed these two disproofs, which are real. They are real, solid evidence that archaeologists have, because people always say you can't falsify pseudoscience. And so my big challenge was to say, yes, we can. Certain types of pseudoscience we can falsify. And this idea of a lost ice age civilization that spanned the globe with advanced technology, I, as someone who's familiar with ice age evidence and who's familiar with environmental archaeology, there's not a single person familiar with those data sets that believes this could be plausible. And so it is falsifiable. And that's what science does, by the way, is it falsifies hypotheses to arrive at ones that are actually plausible and likely to explain certain phenomena. And so, you know, that's how I developed this kind of thing, was to reframe this kind of context in many ways. But a lot of what me and Dan did was we talked about Graham's kind of ideas and how to respond when he would bring them up. And so, you know, that's where that was so shocking, that he
I
didn't
do
bring most of them
remember.
up.
I do remember something that sort of came into your actual thing was the unsunken coastlines, because we arrived at that talking pretty early on at one point when we were talking. I think we were talking about Plakias at one point
Because
because
Dan used to work there. I visited. It's on Crete. Here, let me pull up
um,
the slide. But yeah, keep talking.
yeah, and it was. I mean, talk about falsifying. I mean, the part of this whole, it was like his whole thing about the Sahara and the coastal. I mean, I think you very correctly anticipated him there, not even anticipating what his objection necessarily would be, but you that was effective in the sense that he acts as though most of these landscapes are inaccessibly underwater, when the reality is there are large tracts that have actually kept pace with sea level rise reasonably. And in fact, even places where he has in various books said that there should have been evidence, for example, in the North America and the in the Northwest and things where we do have uplift, and we don't
Exactly.
have as much sunken coastline. And I think that was a huge, that to me was the sort of the strongest argument to make.
Yeah, and I harped on this a lot. You know, we have these coasts, and so like this is a site that I know very well. You work there. I visited there a couple times, and it's uplifted, right? And then I also worked hard to try to find examples of isostatic rebound or other areas close to coasts. And so, you know, but one of the points I want to make is throughout this, you know, Graham's response video, I think we should end with you, Dan, by thinking about some of the aftermath and the
Yeah.
responses to this. He claims I don't talk about Ice Age seafaring, and it's like, it's right here in the slides that I showed on the fucking thing. I talked directly about the peopling of the Americas using seafaring. I showed clearly the evidence of Stone Age seafaring in the Mediterranean presented by Professor Tom Strasser, who's a good drinking buddy and friend of mine. And so it's just like, like this is just nonstop. We get this pushback of these kind of lies. And so what do you think about the impact that we had? I mean, I think it was obviously initially very successful.
Oh,
But I think, yeah.
I mean, forever it just seemed like it was done, right? I mean, he I don't want to be rude, but he kind of slinked away.
Yeah, he didn't mention it for months.
No, and it wasn't really until I don't know what to call them, those two or three individuals started. Can we say Dan and Jimmy's name, or is that allowed?
Yeah, whatever. Go check out Professor Dave's video about them.
Yeah,
And
check
check
out
out how they
Professor
lie
Dave's
about
video.
me and try to get me fired like the jerks they are.
Just don't do it at work because you will laugh out loud. Also, don't watch a Professor Dave video at work. But yeah, I mean, it was when Dan started his whole thing, and it was, I mean, not necessarily shocking because I think we'd seen Dan slip a little bit, and he was always going to protect the fanciful stuff. But it to me, it was that. I think when it happened, we went back and we discussed a bit as like, oh well, because somebody else had caught the whole this. Oh, someone could think that the Roman graph was misleading. Someone mentioned it to us like a couple of days later, in fact, and we said, well, no, Flint explained it fine and connected it to the greater thing, and no, that's exactly what they went in on. And when it happened, it's like the dam burst. I mean, with Dan's video and a couple of other smaller channels, to me it was insane. And I think we broke formation a little bit because a few of us were just trying to jump back in and debunk. We sort of forgot the
truth
mission plan.
sandwich.
Yeah, because
It's
I mean,
hard.
it was a wall of misinformation, and that was a bit accounted for the silence. Is that
Yeah, it's
there
hard
were
though. I mean, you want
machinations
to
in Mordor.
respond to these lies, but
Yeah.
responding is not the right way to go about it because of that context. I mean, there was a comment on the Professor Dave video that I want to show that really made me realize. My wife actually found this while she was scrolling through comments, and made me realize that this impact and how big it still is, despite this kind of pushback. Somebody mentioned, anyone else notice how the Randall Carlson got crushed in the debate and didn't even participate? Every recent episode of the podcast dedicates time to attack Dibble for going after Hancock. I got banned for a super chat telling Carlson to debate Dibble. And it's kind of funny because, like, you're a geologist. Dan here is a geoarchaeologist. And so one of my strategies going into the debate is I don't have time to research everything. I just simply don't. And so I can't research all this geology stuff. I'm not a geologist at all. I'm familiar with it because I'm an archaeologist, but I'm not able to be an expert in that kind of way. And so I said, I'm staying away from that kind of stuff. So I didn't even talk about Randall's ideas at all. And it shows the impact that my concise and detailed and clear arguments against Graham had if Randall is currently still fighting against people that are saying, hey, Flint Dibble proved you wrong, when I didn't even address him or his ideas in the least. And so
No, and you
I
were
think it's a
adamant
good
about it.
sign. Yeah.
This is an argument we had because I thought you should address some of Randall's stuff because of how central he's become to some of Graham and Comet Research Group and things. And also other geological claims like Robert Schoch and the Sphinx, which we did do a video on with Rob Schneider. But
yes. So we
but
did address some of that in that video. Yeah.
but I mean, your point was to kind of keep the geology out because it's not you. I mean, I said to you at some point, like, you are pretty well positioned to do this more so than other people because you have the experience with reading Plato. You know Athens, you know the players of the Timaeus and the Critias. You have an experience with prehistoric archaeology. The vast majority of people who read Plato do not have. through your father and your own experiences. And on top of that, you're an environmental archaeologist. I mean, people have criticized you for going outside your wheelhouse, but the reality is you hit a lot more boxes than a lot of archaeologists would, and you certainly hit more boxes than Graham Hancock does in terms of your own experience. And that's exactly why I thought, when you said you were going to do this, like, okay, yeah, better him than me, and better him than a few people.
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of my logic here. There were several reasons why I wanted to do it. One, I can handle trolls. Like, fuck them. They're a bunch of losers. You don't know my field. If you really think I'm wrong and lying, then piss off. And so, I'm easy and blunt and stuff like that. And then second, yeah, I have a wide variety of experience in the field, which I think is useful for trying it, because addressing pseudoscience is tough. On that note, Dan, do you want to stick around for a little? We'll have a three-way chat with John Hoops. He's here now.
Sure, I've got time before they kick me out of my office. Let's have him in.
Professor Hoops, we can't. There we go. Hey, how's it going? Oh, your audio's off. Something's wrong with it.
Is he a chipmunk?
Yeah, you sound like a chipmunk. No. You sound very funny.
It's a lag that's compressing the audio stream.
Aha. Here, wait, let me get him out. I think you should reconnect, John. I think you should rejoin. So John played. Here, wait, are you better now? No. I swear one of these jerks is gonna take a clip from that and make fun of him with that. So, John, that was one of the best things about the debate, is everybody just made fun of my stupid too long shirt, and that was because I had all these weight issues. You were telling me I should do all this extra work to prepare for geology. Dan, I was under cancer treatment at the time. My skin was in terrible shape. I was gaining and losing weight, and it's like, I bought a new shirt and it just didn't fit me. But like, what can you do? I was in a rush. I literally had just gotten off of cancer treatment and flew to Austin. And so it was just one of those things that's how it goes. Let's see if John is doing better now. All right. No, you're still all chipmunky. I don't know what's going on. He sounds so funny. Sorry. I don't know if we're going to be able to get John on right now. This is a bit of an issue, but that's okay. I will keep everybody entertained. I'm good at that. Okay. Let me, though, post a link to the video I did with John Hoops. And let me also post the video that I did with Dan here, so that people can see more. One last try. Hello, John?
He still wants a hula hoop.
No. Here's the video with John, so you can hear his real voice. It's kind of humorous. I'm not sure what's wrong, John. What I think I'll do is at some point I'll play some of that practice debate and some stuff. Hey, Laura's here. But yeah, so I mean, that was definitely one of the challenges, was dealing with that kind of cancer therapy and the impacts it had on what I could do, if you see what I mean. Let's see, is he on his phone now, maybe? John? Hello? Or did you want to try to go on with this? Hello?
No, there's two Johns.
No, that one's still chipmunky. This is the funniest tech problem ever. It's like totally cute.
I'm now just realizing how many people are commenting, Alvin.
Oh, well, I feel bad for him. John, I'm sorry. I'm guessing. Yeah, Erica from Gutstick Gibbon will be on in about 45 minutes. So wait, let's take a moment and we'll see if John tries something else, but we'll go to the Reddit and see what's going on there. There's a lot of nice questions to answer, and I earmarked a couple for the live stream. One that could be good with you. Wait, John wants one more try. Hello, John. No, I think we're going to have to give up, John. I wish we could have you, but I don't understand what it is. I'm telling him maybe try with his phone, but I think we should give up with him doing on the computer. But let's go to the Reddit now. So actually, this is a good question. Okay, he's gonna try to do phone. So this is a good question. My members and patrons, join my Patreon. We're about to start a Discord. If you're interested, I'm gonna figure out maybe how to get the channel members as well. But I do get YouTube takes a bigger cut, so join the Patreon before joining my YouTube member. But this question down here, I think, is a useful one for you, Dan. Do you have any advice for a scholar or your colleague who wanted to debate or debunk a pseudoscientist?
Yeah, don't take advice from me. I'm joking. I mean, sure. I think that the worst thing you can do is we've seen this on both sides. The worst thing you can do is to speak without thinking, is to react. And I think, of course, Flint has his truth sandwiches. My approach tends to frustrate people, my refined approach. But my first thing is that if you can, don't really look at their greater argument. Look at the fundamental. Look at the thing they're overlooking that led them down that particular path. Look at, I mean, we've talked about it a bit in these cases. There's so many very basic things when it comes to even Graham's story, like genetics, or Flint's point about agriculture. I mean, agriculture simply, you have to do a lot to make it even possible during the Ice Age. And it's literally, it's a silver bullet, and it's not necessarily going to make it easy, but it gives you the opportunity to build from there, and they can't get to their part of the argument without jumping the rails. And if you keep, it's like what we called it, the truth steamroller. Start from a fundamental and just push upwards.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So, and this is something I hope to talk about with Erica from Gutstick Gibbon later on, is there's this idea about that a method that pseudoscientists regularly use when they debate scholars and scientists and legitimate individuals and professionals and experts, and it's called the gish gallop. And what that is they just flood the space with so many false truths that you can't reply to all of them. And so, as we prepared this debate strategy with the kind of idea of I'm going to try to set the context with all the real evidence that we have. Well, the way that Dan started framing it was, what you're trying to do is an honest gallop rather than a gish gallop, where you're trying to present as quickly as you can all the real evidence, the sum of all the evidence that we actually have. And so, that's what I mean. Obviously, you can't present everything in 4.5 hours, but, I really very much try to design my strategy to sort of say, hey, look at how much evidence archaeology really has. And, like, I have personally studied millions of animal remains, and, like, and I'm just one person. So, like, if you look at all that we actually have, it's actually something that people just don't realize how much archaeological evidence there is. It's a fuck ton for the Ice Age, and they just ignore all the actual Ice Age evidence we have. They just throw it all out. And so I think that that's a good point. That honest gallop is really just try to try to take control of of what's being of the context in how this topic is being framed, because what is it? Dan Richards went on Joe Rogan and he convinced Joe Rogan that Graham didn't see it as a debate, he saw it as a conversation. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Graham Hancock advertised it as a debate. He's been challenging scholars to debate him since the 1990s, and it's just like, it's so dishonest.
His announcement online looked like an old-timey announcement for like a boxing match on the harbors of New York. I mean, it was like P.T. Barnum could have been shouting that.
Yeah. Here, Chris brought up a great point here. Say it with casual confidence, like it's obvious. And that's the point. This stuff is obvious to scholars and experts because we're really familiar with the evidence. And that's one of the problems. If you want to prepare for a debate with a pseudoscientist, is you need to think through how to say stuff with casual confidence, and you need to think through how to present that kind of sum of evidence that disputes them. Oh, yeah. Someone asked for my Patreon. Yeah, and so so I think that's key. Yeah, don't engage with them in the mud. Yeah, keep the context in that sense. I think with John it's gonna fail. But it is what it is, I suppose. These tech issues happen. So let's go check out a couple questions. Oh, you need to go though, Dan, don't you? You need to get out of your office.
Well, they kicked me out around 7 probably. So it's just literally a security guy who walks around the campus and chucks people out of their offices. So it hasn't happened yet.
Let's see what we have that would be good as a live stream. Okay, this is a really tough one. And actually, Dan, you're really good for this. This is one that I wanted to ask a bunch of people today. So what is the best way to research the source of pseudoscience claims and find the actual research on the topic?
The question confuses me. I mean,
well, so let's say you are somebody who, let's see, 1 second before we answer this. Let's see if John works. John, do you want to try to say something?
Too.
Yeah. No. Sorry, John.
Graham would love this.
I'm sorry.
I mean, a point that John has made often enough is that there's often not that many sources to a lot of this stuff. They sort of funnel back in time to certain philosophical movements or thought movements, and if you go back even 150 years, a lot of these are coming from the same 2 or 3 writers. That's a thing with a lot of the pseudosciences, particularly in archaeology, is there aren't a lot of new ideas. A lot of them are ideas that have been around forever.
Yeah.
And in fact, in some cases, were considered vaguely archaeological before there was a discipline of archaeology.
I think that's a really interesting point. If I was to tell people, like, if you really wanted to disprove Graham Hancock, the problem is I find it a sort of boring way to disprove him, and it's sort of because you can go and do the historiography of pseudoscience, which is you can sort of go read Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis book and then immediately read Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods right after, back to back. Now, I actually did that. The very first time I read Fingerprints of the Gods, it was literally right after reading Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the Antediluvian Society. And so it was like, it struck me as like, wow, these are the exact same book, the exact same argument, largely the exact same sites, not entirely, but mostly. And it was just like totally a mind-blowing moment. But what I realized is to explain that to people gets kind of boring. And one, two, it takes away from me actually teaching what I want to teach, which is real archaeology. I'd rather show you what the real archaeological evidence is for the Ice Age and for the birth of agriculture than spend the time to go through and do the historiography of Graham Hancock's ideas. John, he's trying a different mic. Let's see what happens. But to be honest, the answer to this question from Aktrak is really tough. It goes back to what I said about Gunung Padang, which is that, Gunung Padang, so much of the evidence in English is pseudoscientific because these individuals have seeded the information online within their sort of framing. So in many ways, you need to be a scholar. Now, we had some luck. After I had the two actual archaeologists who excavated at Gunung Padang online, Archaeology magazine, an editor and journalist there, got in touch and asked for their contacts because they wanted to produce an article that would actually tell us the real information. So now there's an excellent Archaeology magazine article about Gunung Padang. Let me put it in the chat with some misspelling. John, do you want to try one more time?
Taking a deep breath. Does that sound normal?
We have Professor Hoops here.
I'm sorry about the chipmunks.
I swear it was kind of funny, though.
Yeah, I could tell you guys thought it was hilarious.
I'm so sorry, but it was so funny.
I mean,
Well,
John,
I was commenting next to Dan's nice radio voice. Mine must have sounded really weird.
No, we couldn't hear your voice at all. You just sounded like like that's all it sounded like. It didn't sound like a voice at all.
Well, wrestling with the aliens. They were trying to channel me. It's
So,
great
John,
to be here, Flint, and congratulations on your 1-year anniversary. Needless to say, you rocked it a year ago, as we knew that you would. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah, you sound great. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. I just wanted to congratulate you on your 1-year anniversary and say how much you rocked it a year ago, as we knew that you would.
I mean, I think there were doubts among some colleagues because, I felt confident in my strategy, and I had the strategy before I wrote that letter to Graham. But obviously it's a high pressure situation. You never know what's going to happen. I had a lot of nerves, and so, you never know what's going to happen. So, but yeah, I think it went mostly well. And what are your thoughts on how do we address this kind of stuff? You've been addressing pseudoscience and pseudoarchaeology for a long time in your career.
Pretty much my whole career. And as Dan was mentioning earlier, many archaeologists come to the field with some introduction to fantasy, some introduction to pseudoarchaeology. With me, I was a child of the 1970s. I started 7th grade in 1970. And so I was into all of this stuff, Atlantis and Bermuda Triangle and UFOs and all of that stuff. It's been around for over 50 years, more than that. But the very first research paper I ever wrote in my career was for a 10th grade English class, and I wrote about the lost continent of Atlantis. And I read Timaeus, and I read Critias, and I even read Madame Blavatsky's stuff. And so I was into that really early on. But one of the points that I wanted to make is that one of the reasons why I declined to debate Graham Hancock, but where you stepped in, is because I framed it as basically an argument about metaphysics. Graham is writing in the vein of New Age belief systems. He doesn't use rationality. He doesn't use science. He doesn't use logical arguments. He's coming from what is much more of a kind of a faith-based perspective. And basically what I wrote to him in my tweet when he challenged me to debate him is I said, I can't use science to debate metaphysics. And I'm not going to debate your metaphysics with a different metaphysics. And I discussed this with Jeannie Scott, who is a former director of the National Center for Science Education. And Jeannie was kind of famous for doing these debates with some creationists. And she basically said there's no point to trying to debate creationists because they don't understand the science, they don't use science, and they come from the premise that what they believe is correct. And there's really not anything that you can do to persuade them any differently. And so I just really didn't see what the point was of attempting a scientific argument, which you did brilliantly and continue to do brilliantly. And I think as people focus on the science and not so much the spirituality of it and the idea of a shamanic civilization into which you gain insight from the use of psychedelics, all of that is fine from a belief-based perspective. And I think it's totally appropriate for Graham Hancock to speaking for 2 days in Sedona, Arizona this coming weekend, because that's the epicenter of the New Age movement in the US. And essentially, Graham Hancock is a New Age writer. And if you're into that stuff, great. It's like being into any other religious tradition, but it's not science.
I agree. Here, wait, before we continue, John, I just want to say goodbye to Dan. Dan is going to take
Right.
off. And thank you so much, Dr. Fallu, for joining me. Yeah. And
Thank you.
we'll do another.
And like John said, Flint, happy anniversary.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. So you could just close. Oh, there. Good. So yeah. Oh, wait. That's too. Oh, there you go. Cool. So yeah, I completely agree with you, John. And I think that one of my main goals was not really to convince Graham, and not even to convince his hardcore fans. It was always to convince those people that were in the middle, people who were intrigued by his ideas but didn't know what real archaeology actually said about them. And so I think that was largely where I pitched my my presentation towards. And I think that was what made it, I think, successful, was trying to find those people who liked science but were persuaded by his charisma and his rhetoric, but they were still, interested in actual science and evidence. And I feel like I was able to connect with quite a good number of them. I'm not sure, were you on when I showed that post about Randall Carlson, who I guess this is the first I heard about it. I heard about it yesterday, where apparently he attacks me on all of his podcasts lately, because it shows that I've had an impact on their following, which I think
Well,
is
I think
really
you've been
good.
attacked by just about every Hancock fan. I really am just, I am amazed at your resilience in the face of what really is just a flood of ad hominem bullshit. Not very
Yeah.
many people could take that. It must be very demoralizing at times, but you have balls of steel for dealing with this trolling, and you have all my admiration for that. I don't think many people could put up with it with as much grace and intelligence as you have.
I mean, I think that, to be frank, some of it is, look, I want to show who these people are, right? These people, some of them at least. I mean, Graham can be a little nasty, but he's fairly professional. Fairly, I say. He said some really bad things about you, I suppose. But even then, at the worst, what he called you a coward. Like, that's not the kind of stuff that like Jimmy Corsetti and Dan Richards go towards. And so, showing who those people are and showing the hypocrisy among some of this crowd, like Joe Rogan, you claim you're for open dialogue and you want to hear all sides of things, but you don't have me back on. And people like Lex Friedman, who ghosted me and instead had on Graham to slander me. These people claim to be for open dialogue. They claim to be for long form podcasting, to get to the roots of these discourses and topics of public interest, but they aren't, is what I see
Right.
about it. And so, I am happy for people to show who they are. And that is what Jimmy Corsetti has done. That is what Dan Richards has done. That is what these people have done, is they've shown just how nasty and toxic they are, that they're just nasty people. And if you're still a fan of Jimmy Corsetti and Dan Richards, well, then you are also a nasty, toxic person, is how I see it at this point, because this is so obvious right now, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, ad hominem seems to be one of the first of many logical fallacies that they turn to immediately. As we know, they turn to lots of others, including sort of black and white arguments and setting up straw men and a whole host of others. I would really recommend that people read Carl Sagan's A Demon Haunted World, which has a really nice chapter on what's called a baloney detection kit. And none of these guys pass the baloney test. They're all regularly using logical fallacies, the very first of which is an ad hominem attack. And I really think that keeping an open mind and not being ad hominem is really important. But at the same time, context is everything. In archaeology, context really matters. And it's not an ad hominem attack to explain something in its context. And that context includes the historical context, the intellectual context, the context within the literature. And this is also something that they avoid. They really don't discuss the fact that topics like Atlantis, topics like like a lost civilization, topics like superior ancient civilizations, or white saviors coming to the Aztecs or the Incas. These are things that have been discussed for decades, if not centuries, but they don't frame things in terms of the historical context. And I really like books, but I wanted to mention this was published in 1954. Have they ever addressed the arguments that have been made in this book that was published in 1954? One of the first books that was published on this crap was 1962, okay, by Robert Walkup, Lost Tribes and Sunken Continents. Do they ever even mention this book? Of course not. They don't want you to know that it exists. They're trying to frame things in terms of things that are not known to the general public. But there are books like The Past is Human by Peter White, also published, back in the 1980s. And then one of the projects that I worked on when I was a graduate student, starting in 1982, was this wonderful book called Fantastic Archaeology by Stephen Williams. There's a big stack, long list of books, Archaeological Fantasies being another one, Spooky Archaeology by Jeb Card being another one. Okay, and then of course, the king of pseudo-archaeology critique, Kenny Fader, and Frauds, Myths, and Mysteries. There's a big stack of books, but they will never mention those. They never even let you know that they exist. They don't want their viewers or their audience to be aware of the fact that there is a very detailed, reasoned historical critique of all of this pseudo-archaeology. And that is a part of the scientific discourse. That is a part of the history that we have. But they want to pretend like they thought it up yesterday. They want to pretend like all of this stuff is new. It's not new at all.
Yes, I completely agree. And I think that that's the key of why we need to engage, especially in this world where they have such a larger platform and megaphone right now. What we need to do is make sure to get that kind of stuff in front of people so that they can see what the actual evidence shows, so that they can find these kind of resources. Because, the problem is we're in a world where those are now becoming harder to find. If you go on the bestsellers for the field of archaeology on Amazon.com, and Graham Hancock is there, but Kenny Fader's not. And so, that's the issue. They have this veneer of legitimacy from Netflix, from Rogan, from IMDb, from Amazon, etc., from bookshelves in bookstores. And so it's just like we have to actively get in front of people's faces now, because we no longer have the I don't know what it is. It's the way that alternative media works. It's the way that internet companies have set up these algorithms. It's no longer managed by people who are educated and able to discern between fantasy and fact. And so because of all that, I think that it's that we need to take advantage and start using these algorithms in our favor. It's why we did like the Real Archaeology event, like last September or October. We're going to try to do another one. The point is we want to knit together the ecosystem of people who are actually creating real archaeology content on YouTube, so that when my video ends, somebody sees a History with Kaylee video next, or a North O2 video next, or a Milo Rossi video next, rather than something about UFOs or Atlantis or whatever by someone who's not credible. And so, I think that that's really important, that we work to try to take control over these algorithms in a better way. That's why, me and Professor Dave just mentioned each other in different, he's mentioned in this video, for example. We're trying to train the algorithm to get us knit together so that people know where to look for real stuff, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's always going to be more of them. There's always going to be more of those voices. Dan the electrician, for example, with no background whatsoever, decides to start a YouTube channel. And there are lots of people out there like Dan who are going to want to challenge authority and want to get themselves on screen and want to get a revenue stream from that stuff. And they don't have to have any training at all. They can just talk off the top of their head and get things wrong and lie and misrepresent, as happens all the time. The same is true with someone like Jimmy Corsetti, who still, after, I think he started his YouTube channel in 2016. I can't tell that he knows anything more about archaeology today than he did back then. I don't think he's read a single archaeology textbook since then. I don't think he understands the basic principles of archaeology. He's just getting out there making YouTube videos and rage baiting in order to get clicks and likes and subscriptions, and a revenue stream that allows him to put on ads for ivermectin or whatever it happens to be, in terms of just selling crap. And that's what Joe Rogan does too. His revenue comes from selling these supplements. You know, it's basically snake oil sales. You know, it's the same old medicine show. That's what it is. It's an old-fashioned medicine show that's being done online in podcasts and YouTube. And so the scholars, the archaeologists, the scientists, we're always going to be in the minority. But there are lots of people out there who do understand science. And what we really need are people like Milo Rossi, who is himself not a trained archaeologist. He's taken a number of courses in archaeology, but he understands science. He understands the discipline. He understands the discourse. And he has the charisma, the personality, and the ability to communicate that is attractive and appealing and will grab young people and others to watch what his stuff is. That's really what we need. You don't have to be a professor. You don't have to be a PhD archaeologist to teach science. That's just something that anybody who's well informed and responsible can do. Yes, we have the depth of knowledge. You know, people walk into my office, they say, Professor Hoops, have you read all of those books? And I say, well, you know, most of them. But some of these YouTubers, you know, never pick up a book. They get their education off of watching crap YouTube videos. You know, sadly, sad to say, books are becoming less and less of a source of information, but they're packed with really valuable information. And so, you know, it's tough. It's a tough battle against different types of media.
Now, I want to push back on you about one thing. I actually think we have the numbers. There are more archaeologists, more archaeology students, more archaeology educators and professionals and museum professionals, field techs, etc., out there. And I think that what we need to do is leverage those voices. Not everybody can be a Milo Rossi. And to be honest, the pseudoscience ecosystem, you have Graham Hancock at the very top and then other people far below him. You know, like Dan's channel is very small in comparison, and there's many people much smaller than Dan. And so, you know, I think that what we really need to do is build up a larger, more tightly knit ecosystem. And so one of my challenges, if I was at Kansas instead of Milo right now, I'd be giving obviously a somewhat similar talk, but with differences. And me and Milo are doing a workshop at the SAAs. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to be remote for health reasons, but we're doing a workshop to try to help train scholars and archaeology students how to do better public engagement. And one of my key points is what we need to do, and this is why your video on my channel is so successful, is you did not come in teaching your research. You came in teaching the intro level stuff on that topic of interest. And so what I always end my lectures at universities and talks to colleagues with is saying, we should be engaging with the public, but you don't want to go out there and present your research. Your research is wrapped up in a very high level conversation that is based upon 200 years of research in that subdiscipline that is so beyond the level that we need to pitch to the public. So when we engage with the public, we need to get rid of this idea of we're trying to teach our cutting edge 21st century research. We can get there, but the first thing we should be doing is adapting our best introductory lecture. You know, our best archaeology 101 lecture that we know that the students love. It vibes with them. It gets them thinking. They ask questions. They talk about it. That's the lecture we should all be adapting towards YouTube, and then having people like me or Kaylee or Milo or whatever hosting those on our channels. That's why I invite all y'all on, so that we can then have those lectures available in a very accessible format. And, you know, yours was phenomenal. It has 80,000 views already. And like, because we pitched it at that level, this is the big picture of what's going on in kind of Mesoamerica. And it was perfectly pitched for an introductory level audience that made it so successful. And so, you know, I think if everybody does that, and this is what I try to get my scholars to do when they come on my channel, boom, we can actually make a real impact in this ecosystem, especially because we have a lot of people that are really good at teaching these introductory level lectures, because we do it all the time in our classroom. And so, you know, I think we can do that.
Well, and among the kinds of things that we can address, for example, just last week or the week before, there was a lot of confusion about relative versus absolute dating. And some of that was put out there by Dan Richards. That's a very basic concept that anybody can understand. It's something that we teach in one of the first lectures in Archaeology 101. It's just a very basic thing that any archaeologist can explain what the difference is between absolute dating and relative dating, and how both of them are scientific, and how we use both of them constantly in terms of trying to understand where we're dealing with things in time. And the dimension of time is as important to archaeologists as the dimension of distance is to astronomers. We always need to know where we are dealing with in time, and we do that with dating techniques. But we can discuss relative dating, we can discuss absolute dating, we can talk about, the issue of radiocarbon dating, and people say, well, radiocarbon dating is not accurate. Well, that's not true. Radiocarbon dating can be very accurate. It may not be precise, but there's a difference between accuracy and precision, and everybody should know what the difference is there. You can make an accurate statement that's not precise, and you can also make a precise statement that's not accurate. People need to understand what the difference is between those two things.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that that's one of the things that I've talked with Dan about on Twitter as well, is this relative absolute stuff. And he was on Rogan saying, "Oh, but they just want to talk about stratigraphy," and it's like, dude, yeah, of course, because that's how we put things in order to understand. If something is under something, it dates earlier. We don't have to use words like stratigraphy. It's like during the debate, I showed that image of the walls at Gunung Padang that Professor Lutfi Yondri had sent to me, where it showed the charcoal under the wall that made it clear that that wall dates to about 200 BC and not to 10,000 BC or 20,000 BC or whatever it was that Danny Hillman wants it to date to. And it's like, this is what's really key. And I think this is where having good images like that we show mostly in intro level lectures. We don't usually show that stuff in our articles.
Well, and it's just very, very basic stuff. Look at this stack of books right here. Okay, is it difficult to tell which book was put on the table on the desk first and which book was put on the pile last? This is relative dating. This one went first, then this, then this, then that. Yeah, they may have been resorted at various times. They could have been rearranged, but it is a scientific empirical observation to see what the stratigraphy has been of books on a desk. We apply these principles all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. And they're not that difficult to understand. They're not something that's a technical detail that you can only get if you have a PhD. They're things that anybody can understand.
Yes, and that's, I think, the key, and that's where I want to get back to the idea of the intro lecture. And the example you gave is perfect with those books, because in our articles, when we present our radiocarbon dates, we don't have to show that picture that it's under a wall, because we just describe it and we say where it comes from. But when we show it to the public, having a picture is worth a million words. And so it's kind of almost thinking, hey, we need to reframe. We need to reframe how we present this stuff so that each time we engage with the public, we recognize that they don't always have the context of the last lecture we gave. And so we need to always remember to bring that picture of that sample that's under the wall, if you see what I mean. And so it's really about just kind of reframing how we present this stuff, because we all have the skill. We're trained to teach. We have the experience to do that. And so it's sort of like we just need to bring that approach to public engagement. And I think we can really start changing more hearts and minds and build this ecosystem in a bigger way, which is why, we want to train more archaeologists how to do things like YouTube, to really build this up in a stronger way as a bulwark, not just against pseudoscience, but also as like a way to present what we do and justify what we do and our relevance to the public, because that matters. What we do is of public interest. So we should be, capitalizing on it is the wrong word, but we should be engaging with the public. And I think archaeologists in general do a really good job with children, especially museums and different site tour days and activities and stuff like that. And we do a good job with university students, but what we don't do a great job with is interested adults. And so I think that's something where we need to do and especially interested adults without a college education. I think we need to really be working towards trying to share what we do on an accessible level with people who are either not college educated or just not anthropology or archaeology majors. They've never taken a class. And so trying to pitch ourselves towards that level of people, because I think that there's a lot of interested people out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and archaeology helps you to understand the world in realistic ways. I was watching Professor Dave's presentation, and that section where Graham Hancock talks about, asks the question, he says, how much of the Sahara has been excavated? Well, you know, you don't have to excavate to get archaeological data. As you pointed out very clearly, a lot of most of archaeological work is surface survey. It's looking what's on the surface of the ground in areas that have been deflated or exposed. Excavation is not the main thing that archaeologists do. Survey is one of the main things that archaeologists do. And when we survey, we sample. And one of the basic things that people need to understand is sampling. If you want to know, who's going to vote for who in the election, somebody says, well, did you ask every single person? Well, that's a ridiculous question. Sampling means taking a random sample of a population and being able to project with a statistically significant result whether what you sampled has a relationship to the whole population. And sampling is a fundamental concept in archaeology that applies not only to archaeology, but to all kinds of things, including how you learn information, or how you understand what you see on television, or how you interpret a poll. But that's just a very fundamental concept that we can use archaeological examples to teach, but that will help people to understand their world in very meaningful ways. And this is something I've always done. As I've said, I don't care if you're going to become an archaeologist or not. I'm not here to teach you to become an archaeologist. I'm here to teach you how to think.
Mm-hmm.
And if archaeology is one of those things that engages you, that makes you interested, that's a cool topic to look at, and you can learn critical thinking by asking questions about Easter Island or Stonehenge or Atlantis or whatever it happens to be, then you're learning the skills of critical thinking. If you come away with the knowledge of the ancient past, that's great. If you come away with the knowledge of archaeology, that's fine. But I want you to understand argumentation. I want you to understand logical thinking. I want you to understand what are logical fallacies, and also how it is that information can be manipulated. And I want you to understand, and this is something that many of Graham Hancock's fans don't ever seem to have been able to master, is how to make an evidence-based argument. Okay? Not just say, oh, this sounds good, or I believe this, or this looks like that, but to actually present evidence, which is something that Professor Dave comes back to over and over and over again. In your debate with Graham Hancock, you presented mountains of empirical evidence. You presented facts, you presented articles, you presented artifacts, you presented bones and seeds and everything else. You had mountains of evidence. Graham Hancock had none. He was presenting feelings. He was spinning myths and
Archaeologists are
stories.
mean.
And saying that archaeologists are mean. And the reality is some archaeologists are mean. I've encountered mean archaeologists, but that doesn't mean all archaeologists are mean. My sampling of archaeology over the past 30, 40 years of my career is that, yeah, there are a few archaeologists who are mean, but most of them are really nice. And that's based on a pretty big sample. But these absolute statements, and this is something that Graham Hancock does all the time, and this from our mock debate. He says, well, it would be totally unreasonable to absolutely reject the possibility that remotely maybe this thing could have happened. And so it's absurd to reject every single possibility that an ancient lost civilization of superior white global travelers existed. Well, yeah, okay. But we're not talking in terms of absolutes. That's not how science works. Science works in terms of approximations of reality, not absolute yes or no. We're never going to be able to answer anything absolutely. And one of the things that I ask people, it kind of makes them think a little bit, is say, well, you assume you know who your parents are, but are you absolutely sure who your father was? Are you absolutely sure who your mother is? Is that basic fact something that you are 100% certain of? Because there are people who learn at some point in their life that the people they thought were their biological parents are not really their biological parents. So something as fundamental as who your parents are is something that you may not know absolutely 100%, which is a ridiculous standard to begin with. To know something absolutely is a religious statement. It's a statement of belief. It's not what science does.
Yeah, I fully agree. I actually think that that's why, if you caught the part earlier where I was talking with Dan Fallu about how you have to set the context, one of the contexts that pseudoscientists oftentimes do is they put science on this pedestal that's not what science is. They try to make science out to be so perfect, and then they show all the flaws in it, and they say, well, now you shouldn't trust science. And it's like, no, we scientists always teach our students about the problems with science. That's what we start off with at university level, is like, we don't just go through the timeline of archaeology. No, we teach people the methods, how we actually do archaeology, the problems with those methods, and the benefits of those methods. That's what a real education in a scientific discipline is. And so it's very important to not let them frame science as something so perfect, this monolith that it really isn't, if you see what I mean.
Well,
I do.
something Carl Sagan emphasized over and over and over again is that every scientific fact comes with an error range. Okay? Every scientific fact is something that we know and we can be accurate about it, but we may not, but we're almost never 100% certain of anything. And one of the things that I think scientists take for granted, archaeologists take for granted, is being able to work with incomplete data and incomplete information. We work with fragmentary stuff. You find a couple of sherds and you can imagine a whole pot. You don't have to have that whole pot. You sort of are reconstructing reality from bits and pieces. That's how archaeology works. We're never 100% certain about anything, but we can come up with an approximation of what we think reality was on the basis of those samples. And that includes samples of the Sahara. It includes samples of the continental shelves. It includes samples of the rainforests in Amazonia. It includes an approximation of knowledge based on a reasonable sample of information. That's really how we understand the past is through sampling.
Yeah, I agree. So hey, I wanted to boost everybody. There's an Ask Me Anything on Reddit going on right now, and we're going to answer some of those questions live on this stream. And so I want to get your thought on this one, because this is a really good question that I think is up your alley, John. Here we go. I want to ask you about claims pseudo-archaeologists make about the similarities between ancient structures like the Egyptian pyramids and Mesoamerican temples are evidence of a lost civilization like Atlantis. From a real archaeological standpoint, what really happens?
Well, I would say the devil is in the details. You have to look at what the actual construction techniques were. If you take a pyramid like the one at Teotihuacan, it's constructed mostly out of rooms that were filled with rubble, bit by bit, in order to create the mass. That's completely different construction technique than the Great Pyramid, which is built out of solid blocks of rock that were emplaced in order to create a stone pyramid. So they may look similar from the exterior, but the construction techniques were radically different. On top of that, the reason why pyramids look the way they do all around the world, one word: gravity. Gravity is what determines the shape of a pyramid. If you want to build a tall structure, it gradually becomes smaller in area as you go up in height. Any kid playing with blocks is eventually going to make pyramids because that's the way that you create a big structure. So it really isn't surprising that people built pyramids all over the world, but the reality is they built other kinds of structures too. And part of the reason why we know that we can see an Egyptian temple and a Maya temple and know which one is which is they look different. The details matter. They may look superficially similar, but you have to go into the actual details of the construction and the details of the date and the context within which they were built and the use to which they were put. It's all of that other rich context that tells us that, yes, these things are superficially similar, but if you look into the actual details of how and when and why they were constructed, you'll discover that, in fact, they're all quite different. And this argument is not a new argument at all. In fact, I could show you publications in the 1820s by Jean-François Waldeck, with exactly the same illustrations you just put on the screen, which he published in the 19th century, drawing attention to these things. These are not new issues. Archaeologists have been discussing them for 200 years or more. And so, you know, it's interesting stuff to put up for the public to look at. But in fact, you know, there are reasons why things look similar. Okay, a shark and a dolphin look very similar, but they're not closely related. One is a mammal and one is a shark. But the reason they look the way they do is because the environment in which they've evolved and adapted. The same is true for pyramids. They may look similar, but they have very different histories.
Yeah, no, I agree. So, and I also think that not only do they have the devil in the details, so the very specific construction is off, but we can also date them. We have, you know, pottery, we have lithics, we have radiocarbon and organic remains. And so those pyramids across the different continents, they date to very different periods of time. And so that's another really important point. They're separated by thousands of years. And we know that for a fact because we have firm evidence for the dates of those pyramids and lots of multiple lines of evidence. Like, you know, I always point out that with Giza, it's not just the radiocarbon dates. We have textual evidence. We have pottery evidence. We have so many different lines of evidence that consistently date them to, you know, the old kingdom, the old kingdom in Egypt, the 3rd millennium BCE. Same thing with Mesoamerican pyramids for their dates. There's multiple lines of evidence that come together to help us assign that kind of date. So that
Well,
we're really
and we've now been able to read it. You know, many people may not know this, but we can read approximately 90% of Maya hieroglyphic inscriptions. They're not a mystery to us anymore. We know what the names of the kings and the queens and the nobles and the sites and the rituals and the wars and the dates, specific dates, all the way down to the exact day. We can read an enormous amount of history of the ancient Mayas. It's not a mystery. It's history, not mystery.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I think that's a good line. And I think it's a good line to end on. I want to take a quick 3-minute break. And Erica from Gutsick Gibbon will be here, I believe, in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break because I've been going for an hour and a half.
And I wanted to mention, I'm sorry that Milo hasn't appeared. I believe that he's in Lawrence, Kansas right now. I thought he was going to come walking into my office during this interview, but he hasn't shown up yet. But Milo is around. So
I'm not worried.
he's here.
Say yo to him and tell him we have to be in touch because we have to organize this workshop for the SAAs, which he now needs to lead. He'll be fine. But yeah. So I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute breather, use the bathroom, refill my water. I want to thank everybody for showing up, and I will be right back. And John, thank you so much. If you didn't notice, I put up on the screen, somebody really complimented your ability to communicate publicly, said you should start a podcast or a YouTube channel. I think the first step is to have you back on here with another one of your fantastic lectures. So let's do it.
Okay.
And everybody stay tuned. Gutsick Gibbon is coming soon. I'm going to hide you, John. Okay, everybody. Can you hear me? I think Gutsip Gibbon should be here any minute. She's not here just yet. Let me change this up. Let me look for some questions. Oh, there she is. Hey, how are you
Can you hear
doing,
me
Ann?
okay?
I can hear
I'm
you just
doing
fine.
okay. Sweet. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me change this just a little bit. Okay, 12:29 for me. I'm a minute early.
That's the problem with me, you know? Like, I think that's an issue.
How are you? How's the stream going so far?
Yeah, it's going well. We've had I don't know, we've had a lot of people, and we had Dan Fallu on. We talked about prepping for the debate, and then John Hoops was on, and we talked about different aspects of pseudoscience and engaging with it, and the challenges, of course. And what I was hoping to talk to you about was debating in general. You are like the queen of online debates against creationists, and so, you know, I don't understand how you do that.
You know, it's with a pathological amount of empathy and spite simultaneously working together. These, you know, inside you there are two wolves. There's the spiteful wolf and there's the empathetic wolf. And so that's kind of how I come at it. But you know, to prepare for joining you on here today, I re-watched your debate with Graham Hancock. And you know,
No.
yeah, and you know, man, I really what struck me, because especially I was thinking of it within the context of what we were going to be talking about today, which is like this idea of debating pseudoscience. And you know, we call it debating because that's the sort of verbiage that we use here on the internet. But like, I try to think about it in my head as more of a discussion, even though you tend to be going tit for tat with these people, because to debate it sort of implies that we've got two equally seated hypotheses, and I don't think typically that's what we're working with when we're talking about pseudoscience, right? And I find that discussions tend to sort of disarm it a little bit for everybody else. But you know, that being said, I have debated a lot, and you've debated, and like, you know, we're coming at this from similar angles of like, okay, you know, how do you present the information in an honest way that is accessible to the people who are watching, and hopefully compelling to them as well. And anyways, long prelude, just to say one thing that I noticed was how similar some of the strategies that I saw from Graham Hancock, how similar they were to the strategies that I see with creationists of all stripes, young earthers, old earthers, ID proponents. There's a commonality here that is striking, and I think by identifying it, we can go a little bit further with like, how do we combat it? So I hope we can get into that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, you know, I thought about creationists as well, like, you know, the Gish Gallop. We talked about that briefly with Dan Fallu, and you know, it's very much comes out of creationist debates, of course. And so, you know, I had that kind of approach of what kind of tack do pseudoscientists take. And I mean, first off, I want to say I really agree with you. Look, science never really actually has debates anymore. We debate through scholarship, published scholarship, written debates, not oral debates. There's no decisions, I think, that have ever happened in the last like 30 or 40 or 50 years from some sort of oral debate. So a debate really is just a spectacle, if you see what I mean. It's a performance for the audience that is watching. And there's no goal to convince the person you're talking to. What you're trying to do is to convince the audience that, hey, real science has more value to it than this fake bullshit. And
Well,
so, yeah.
And to that point, I want to commend, seriously, truly, I want to commend the job that you did with Graham, because if there is one thing, okay, so taking a step back, a lot of people who see pseudoscience online and who like circle around in the debate spheres here on the internet, and I this is going to sound a little bit disparaging, but I hope it doesn't come across that way, because usually it's sort of fledgling debaters that tend to do this, but they see this idea like flat earth or young earth creationism or, you know, Atlantis or aliens or whatever, and they're like, clearly these ideas don't hold any water, right? Like the entirety of the scientific community has ruled on a lot of it. And they sort of think to themselves that they can common sense their way through this conversation. So they do very little to prepare. And they show up to this debate having no knowledge of the esoteric, out of left field data points that the person who you're debating knows and is going to pull out. And so they end up making, you know, I mean, not rhetorically, I should say, making a fool of themselves, right? Because they, somebody shows up to, because I'm familiar with the young earth creationist side of things. So they'll show up and they'll be like, hey, young earth creationism is true because the basalt dated at the Hawaiian island archipelago in, 1982, it gave incorrect radiometric dates, even though we saw these volcanoes erupt. And then somebody who's debating them is going to be like, okay, I know that's probably not true, or there's an aspect to that that isn't fully being appreciated, but because I'm not familiar with this specific data point, I can't actually combat it. And so one thing that I wish more people who debated pseudoscience online, that you did extremely well with Graham Hancock, is you have to know their BS. You have to know their bullshit. You have to know what they're saying, when they're saying it, why it was wrong then, why it's wrong now, and you have to be able to articulate that in a quick, succinct, comprehensible way to the audience. And I thought you did that immaculately. You were prepared.
You sound exactly like what I tell our colleagues when I go and give lectures on this. I'm like, people are like, well, maybe I'll debate or something. I'm like, dude, you can't. You need to do your research. Like, because so often I hear people talking about Graham Hancock and they're like ancient aliens. And it's like, fuck off. Stop referring to that. Yes, he was on Ancient Aliens. Yes, he wrote the Mars Mystery. So he was affiliated with these ideas like decades ago. But for over the last 15 years of his rising popularity, he very much distances himself from Ancient Aliens and basically says Ancient Aliens is a stupid idea. Therefore, my ideas are more plausible. And it's like, if you do not research and take the time to take seriously the pseudoscientists that you're actually about to talk with, you're going to be caught up in their gish gallop immediately. And you're just going to be stuck responding instead of knowing what to talk about to make your point effectively.
God, and it just feeds too into their narrative that the scientific community isn't giving them their due. When you show up and you're like, you don't know these points that they're bringing out, they're like, see, this person that I'm debating, they say what I'm saying is BS, but they don't even know the points that our camp is trying to make. And so therefore, we haven't gotten our fair hearing yet. When, the truth of the matter is, as you said, these debates, like, guys, as much as I love debate, and I love it so much. I play the role that it's like, oh, these creationists are really getting under my skin. Oh, dang it. So how frustrating is this debate? But I'm salivating at the next opportunity. I'm like, get me out there. I want to talk to somebody and try to convince them about, why soft tissue in dinosaur bones or their C14 that they supposedly find in diamonds, or that Lucy was a knuckle walker. I want to walk them through why that kind of stuff, is incorrect and does not in fact support young earth creationism or debunk evolution or whatever. But it's like, when you're getting on and when you're debating these topics, you have to know their playbook better than they do, and you have to be able to present it in such a way that that the average person can enter into that conversation and appreciate it. Because otherwise, they're like, like to beat a dead horse. They're just going to be like, well, one, you don't know our arguments. Two, that supports our notion that, big science is keeping us down and not giving us our day in court. When in reality, we've done this already in the literature. It's just not accessible to the general public. And that's the role of a science communicator. And it's a role that, you've said this, and Professor Dave has said this, and some of my colleagues who do science communication on the internet have said this, but I really, really, really want to see more people who are in academia actively doing research right now coming out and talking about like science communication, communicating the science that they teach, so that it doesn't feel so far off.
And that's the other point that I constantly bring up when I give these talks to colleagues is stop trying to communicate the science you research, communicate the science that you teach. Because when you communicate the science that you research, I'm sorry, we just talked about this half an hour ago, but it's at such a higher level that like it's difficult to translate for a public audience. But if you go and you communicate what you normally teach, that's already pitched at that kind of audience. And so it's right there at your fingertips too,
Well, and like, I agree. And I want for my money, I want both to be accessible, and I want people to spend way more time on public outreach that everybody is going to be interested in, rather than what am I researching in my esoteric little area. But I want, ideally, I'm a big fan of open science. I want anybody who is interested to be able to access, okay, Gutsie Gibbon is doing research on the cross-sectional morphology of the Miocene catarrhines and whether or not that's going to play into how we can identify species or sexual dimorphism. Flint, no one besides me and like 4 other people actually give a fuck about that. But that being said, I want people who happen to be interested to have access to it. But that's not going to be the kind of thing that gets people interested in archaeology and in anthropology and evolutionary biology and astronomy and biochemistry and whatever. It's the stuff that you just said, those lectures that you give, the intro level, here's what we're going to be talking about this semester kind of lecture at the beginning of a course that's like, here's why this is cool. Here's why it matters. Here's how far we've come. And in a way that anybody who has a middle school education can turn it on and say, wow, I walked away from that learning more about archaeology, learning more about anthropology or evolutionary biology or whatever. And I think in an era where so much of this pseudoscience is able to get a grip, to get a foothold, because this conspiratorial attitude and this mistrust of science is so thick, it's up to us as people who are in or adjacent to academia to come out and say, no, like, this isn't ours. This is everybody's. Like, science is for everybody, and everybody should have access to it if they're interested.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's what makes it so difficult. And I think it's why we need to really get more of our colleagues to follow your lead and our lead of trying to do this. It doesn't always need to be debating, but trying to make what we do more accessible in different media. And I think this kind of video format is really ideal for archaeology because, especially like this kind of long, like, you hear like Lex Friedman and Joe Rogan always waxing eloquent about long form podcasting. And it's like, man, that is so effective for academics because we actually have the time to build in our nuance and our narrative while starting off, hopefully, at the start in a clear way, and then getting to the point where we can get to nuanced narrative and show images of what we have. It's very, very effective, I think. And so, yeah, it's tough, though. It takes work, but yeah.
It is. And it's one of those things where it's like, as you said, academia is so conducive to these long-winded arguments. And fortunately, we live in a culture right now where anybody out there has like a video player on their phone and they can just put on a conversation about archaeology while they're cleaning their house. I mean, that's how I learn. That's how I catch up during the week is I'm like, okay, what are people talking about in my area or in areas adjacent to me? It's like, well, Flint's got a new video. I'll put it on while I'm folding laundry, or my buddy Creationist got a new video. I'll put it on while I'm sweeping the house. And it's like, yeah, that's passive learning. And you might not pick up every single bit of it, but you're staying up to date, you're engaging with it. And I think that's going to get you a whole lot further than listening to Joe Rogan bring on randos who oftentimes have no business speaking with authority on the topics that they're speaking on. And that's something that really gets my goat because it's like, this, Flint, but it's like when you're going on camera or even just speaking to your class, it's like as if you are have had any formal training in a given field in higher education, it is so dangerous and anxiety inducing to talk outside of your area of expertise because you're not going to do it justice. I mean, I get anxious speaking about the areas that I am, hopefully a rising expert in, right? But it's like when I dip a toe into something else, we use this language that it's like, okay, I'm fairly certain XYZ. I think the consensus is ABC. I'm not positive. See so-and-so and so-and-so for more information. And you did that in this debate with Graham Hancock. And it drives me crazy that people kind of come after you for it. They're like, oh, well, his language is uncertain, or, he's citing other people. And it's like, I'm so sorry. Did you think Flint was going to come up here, literally an expert on every single subject in archaeology?
Well, but that's how pseudoscientists work, is they're presenting their narrative, which combines everything, which of course also makes it so much more difficult to address because, Hancock is combining worldwide archaeology all over the world. There's no single expert out there that can talk confidently on all of those different topics. Right. And so, it's the same thing with creationism and same thing with Hancock, they're dipping into all these different disciplines as well. It's not just one discipline, it's a variety of different sciences, geology, biology, etc. And so it's just like, nobody is qualified to actually speak with their expertise and authority on all of those topics.
And that empowers their gish gallop because when these people, and you see this with creationists all the time, is the second that they're going up against somebody who's an expert in one thing, they pivot to talking about something that they know the person they're talking to isn't an expert in, right? Yeah. So, I study comparative morphology. I study, the lumps and bumps on bones in Miocene apes and to a lesser degree in hominins. And so it's like when I sit down with creationists a lot of the time, all of a sudden they want to talk about genetics, right? It's like they want to talk genetics with me. And then when they meet a geneticist, they want to talk about the lumps and bumps on the bones. And then it's like,
That's what
okay,
Graham did to me. He wanted to talk about geology, geological sites. And actually, as I was talking with Dan, when we prepped, he was trying to convince me to delve into those geological things. And I'm like, dude, I have cancer that I'm dealing with right now. I don't have time. I'm going to focus on my expertise. And I just got really lucky that he brought a bunch of blurry pictures and I could make fun of them for not showing anything clearly. And so it's like, you know, because otherwise I'm like, "Fuck, I don't know what to say about Yonaguni other than it's a geological site and not an archaeological site, you know?" And so, yeah.
well, and you know, I mean, he talks about like this one drives me crazy too. You see this with creationists all the time. They're like, well, I brought a geologist out to the site
Yeah.
to take a look at it, and they said that what I said was valid. And you're like, dude, okay, well, but what did they actually say? Because I see a world, and I'm not saying that this is what happened. This is total speculation, but I see a world where a geologist did come out there and was like, man, these are really straight fracture lines for a geological site. And then Graham's like, oh, they are really interesting fracture lines, which means they're aberrant, which means they are indicative of a lost civilization. They, you know, they hop over that middle portion. A equals B equals Z. And then it's like, okay, but that's not methodical. That's not systematic. That's not how science operates. And like, nobody's gonna disagree that the idea of this lost civilization isn't fun and interesting to entertain. But it's like the stuff with creationism. The science has already reckoned with it in a lot of ways. And so what they've pivoted to isn't, let's evaluate, you know, all of these sort of specific sites to see if maybe they're indicative of this lost civilization. It has become, there is evidence out there somewhere. We just haven't found it yet. And we can't write it off as a hypothesis until we have turned over every stone and dredged every river and sent a submersible down to the bottom of every oceanic trench. And only then can we say that there is no evidence for an advanced, you know, lost civilization. But that's just not how science works.
Yeah, I agree. And it was funny how Graham, when he talks about these geological things, he doesn't name them. But we discovered this out later because I wasn't researching the geological stuff. Where, wait, no, let's get it. He named this German geologist that went to Yonaguni, and he just lied. The German geologist said it's natural processes. And so it's just like, you know, but I didn't know that at the time, so I just let it slide by.
Yeah.
And in another case, he said it was the blurry pictures one off the coast of India, where he's like, we brought some geologists out here, and they said it was interesting. And it's like, well, yeah, it could be geologically interesting, but that doesn't mean that it's archaeology, you know, like.
Exactly. And it's like, you know, we're not talking about an alternative interpretation for a single site here, right? We're talking about the ubiquitous worldwide ancient civilization with more advanced technology earlier than anybody suspected that introduced concepts to ancient people groups. This isn't some random little, you know, pet hypothesis. This would be a paradigm shift in the entirety of archaeology were it true. So it's not, you don't get to point to incomplete quotes and, you know, the Atlantis of the gaps and say that that's enough for archaeology to drop everything and say, okay, let's all put all of our collective resources towards searching for this thing that we don't even suppose exists yet. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not. It's the
And
same
plus,
thing.
I mean, we're already looking everywhere. Like, you know, every single time there's a construction project, archaeologists are there to check. And so it's just like, that's what we do. We look at satellite imagery and aerial photographs. If we see something that looks interesting, meaning archaeological, we go investigate it and ground truth it. We don't know what the date is until we go and do that investigation. So it's not like we aren't looking for a lost civilization. We're just looking for anything archaeological that exists in the landscape, if you see what I mean.
I do. And what annoyed me too about Graham's conversation is, you know, he presented these, and I'm not an archaeologist, so I don't remember. I think one of them was called Cool Springs or Cold Springs or something like that. There was an example that he presented where he was like, oh, you know, archaeologists didn't accept this hypothesis that this one guy put forward because it ran against the paradigm. And then it turned out that he ended up being right. And it's like, okay,
that was
okay.
Clovis first.
It was Clovis first, right? But there was some site. There was a specific northerly site. I don't remember the name.
Bluefish Caves, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. You see this all the time with creationists when it comes to evolutionary biology, right? Where they'll point to the modern synthesis, for example, and they'll be like, oh, you know, we thought XYZ, and then the modern synthesis came along and says it's not just mutation and natural selection. You have non-selective mechanisms at play. Sexual selection is playing this role, and then other people come in and they say, well, you know, we're going to debate about the tempo of evolution, punctuated equilibrium versus gradualism and whatever. And they point to these debates, and then they point to hypotheses that were proposed that were initially not, you know, well accepted, that eventually became vindicated as a reason not to trust the science. And you're like, no, Graham, every creationist on the planet, that's what's telling us that the science works. Because when a hypothesis that is out there and challenges the paradigm gets pushed to the forefront and it's new, people are going to resist it, right? Because they're like, well, you know, we've had this idea for a very long time. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But the fact that these ideas eventually overcome that paradigm and cause a shift at all lets us know that the process is working because the science moves forward.
Exactly.
So it's like,
and then they overemphasize also how mean we are. Like he talks in the debate, because I rewatched this section when watching the Professor Dave video, and he talks about how this guy's career was ruined, his funding was cut, and it was gone. And it's like, dude, here's the dude's obituary. He started, you know, he legitimately was told not to work anymore at Bluefish Caves, but he moved on to Cold Springs, and then he continued publishing past his retirement. He had funding and a stable job. He was not kicked out of his job in any way. It's just a straight up lie to say that kind of stuff. Now, were these acrimonious debates? Do I stand by every single one of my colleagues who before I was even an archaeologist, who probably said some nasty things to him? No, of course not. If you're gonna say nasty stuff, you're an asshole, and I know plenty of assholes in the field. But it's like, you know, at the same time, the system does work, like you said, because we shifted in the direction of accepting good evidence. Yeah. And at the same time, this guy's career was not ruined. He continued excavating. He continued researching. It wasn't as bad as you're making it out to be, and you're like hyperbolic, like we're Lex Luthor type people.
Yeah.
It was, you know.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, I mean, I obviously my history background lies deep, historically deep, with hominins and hominoids at the base and things of
Your
that
Miocene
nature.
apes.
Yeah, my Miocene apes and Miocene ape adjacent critters, you know. So you know, once you get into things that start looking really human, like late genus Homo, Neanderthals, Denisovans, late surviving Erectus, and Homo sapiens, that's where I start to kind of trail off. But I can tell you a lot about early genus Homo, Australopiths, the early hominins, depending on what you want to, you know, what you buy and what you don't. And I can sit here and name Miocene apes that nobody besides me cares about all day long. But the sheer number of historical debates that have taken place about the nature of, you know, specific specimens even that have gone one way or another or shifted over time lets us know that we are having a healthy discussion. It lets us know the field is healthy.
Wait. Do you have an example behind you that you could show us?
Sure. What do you want to know about?
I don't know. Give us an example. Give us an example where people's ideas on a feature on a skull changed.
Let's do it. All right. You know,
Or
I mean, I'm a sucker. Oh, wait. Okay, Sahelanthropus or Tong. We'll do Tong. Because Tong is more fun. So I have a little guy behind me here. This is an adorable little hominin who is very famous for many reasons. One, because it's a beautiful little cranium. This is the Tong child. It's a member of Australopithecus africanus. It's got a nice endocast to it, which was super informative because, you know, obviously you can look at the superficial features on the brain. An endocast is like a fossil of the brain. So you can look at the features on the endocast where it's preserved and compare it to living hominids, so humans, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, and orangutans, and compare, you know, at this age, at the age of that the Tong child died, because this is just a kid, does it look more like a human or does it look more like, you know, a different type of hominid? But the real reason why the Tong child was so interesting and so fascinating is that prior to the Tong child, it was discovered in 1925 by Raymond Dart. And prior to the Tong child, the idea of human evolution was completely different. The consensus was, you know, we had a couple of hominids. We had Neanderthals from European sites. We had Piltdown Man, or Eoanthropus dawsoni, from the south of the UK. And we had a whole buttload of Homo erectus in the form of like the Java and the Trinal specimens by Eugene Dubois out in China. And so because all of our hominins, all of our pre-human, you know, ancestors were coming from Asia or Europe, the idea was that humans evolved in Asia or in Europe. And so obviously this was a very sexy idea for people who were European or who were British, because they were like, yeah, you know, that's where humans come from, and that's where the best humans are today, of course. So it makes sense. So Raymond Dart goes down to South Africa. He's an anatomist, and he's just chilling out in South Africa, and he starts hearing from people who are like doing these lime excavations and quarries down there that they're pulling up fossils. And he's interested in anatomy, and he's interested in how organisms have changed over time. And so he's like, bring me anything you find that's interesting.
Get me fossils.
Yeah, bring me any fossils. So first, one of his students, actually one of his first female student, brings him a fossilized baboon skull, and he's like, okay, this is pretty interesting. And then a worker brings him a block with the Tong child in it, and it's just barely peeking out. And so he's in South Africa, and at the time the infrastructure wasn't great down there. And so he's like, all right, I got to get this little tiny skull out of here because it looks really interesting. So he starts excavating it with his wife's knitting needles. He's like pulling chunk after chunk off of this little guy. And eventually, you know, the Tong child peeks out, and he's like, holy shit, this is really interesting. And the Tong child was interesting for a couple of fascinating reasons. It looks like a baby chimp. In a lot of ways, it looks like a baby chimp. And yet, in a lot of key ways, it looks far more like a human than it does any living ape. And it looks far more primitive than any of the hominins that they had at the time. The canine teeth were itty bitty, way smaller than a chimpanzee's male or female should be at that age. And the way that the skull is situated, especially the way that and it's kind of hard because this thing is in like 3 pieces, but the way that the endocast is situated and the preserved portions of the basicranium are situated, let Dart know that the foramen magnum, or the hole at the base of the skull, I gotta set this down and get more little guys to show you, the hole at the base of the skull was tucked way forward, like it is in a human. So this is the foramen magnum, and it being forwardly placed lets you know that the spinal cord is coming out directly below the skull, like something that's upright and thus walking upright.
Yeah, I always teach it like, if you think about like a dog, which is on 4 legs, it's going to have the spinal column coming in more the back of the skull. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So if we, you know, we're looking at some guys here, right? You can see the difference. And, you know, if you level the pallets, you can't even see the foramen magnum in the human, but in the dog, it's pointed out directly behind. And in a chimpanzee, which I have here, but it's a ceramic model, so I have to be kind of careful with it. In a chimpanzee, when you flip this guy over, you level the pallets, you can see it's intermediate. So it's more to the back than in a human, but it's not quite as far to the back as in like a canine. And the reason for that is obvious, because chimpanzees hold their spines at sort of an angle like this because they're knuckle walkers. So Dart finds the Tong child, and he's like, what the hell is going on with this thing? It looks like a mix between a chimpanzee, or some of the very fragmentary Miocene apes that they had at the time, the Dryopithecus and things like that, and a human. And so he pitches this to the scientific community. He's like, guys, I think we're wrong. And I think actually that this new creature that I found, Australopithecus africanus, which means, you know, Southern African ape man, Southern African ape actually in particular, I think this is actually our oldest hominin. And it is found in Africa, which means humans probably originated in Africa. And everybody's like, no. They're like, that's not true. That's BS. What you have there is a baby chimp, and it's just really deformed. And he's like, no, I really don't think so. I think what we're looking at here is actually a hominin. And what's really cool about this story is that a couple of American paleoanthropologists catch wind of this, and they're like, we don't really buy it either, but we're going to go take a look, because they didn't have casting technology in South Africa to send a copy to the British colleagues. So they had to rely on drawings and that Dart had published. And that wasn't enough, obviously, to convince anybody, because they were like, well, you know, we want to see the actual thing. These 2 American paleoanthropologists come over to South Africa. They look at this thing for like 2 days, and they're like, it's a hominin. They're like, this is a hominin, and this is the base of genus, or of the hominin so far. This is the most primitive hominin that we have. And so slowly the opinion of the general public from 1925 onward starts to shift. But the big sticking point was that Piltdown Man, Eoanthropus dawsoni, in the south of the UK, because the idea was that it was like, okay, you know, we've got this like weird looking fossil that seems to buck all of the trends. And as everybody knows the story, the Piltdown Man ended up being a hoax. And what was really lovely about the Piltdown Man being a hoax is that because it was a hoax, it caused everybody to look much more closely and
Reassess
diligently,
everything.
yeah, at everything we already had. And contrary to popular belief and contrary to what, creationists often say, the year after Piltdown Man was published, other scientists were already saying this is not a real fossil. They were saying this is a human skull with an orangutan jaw. It's not legit. We know that this is a fake. And so that, like, immediately there was already discourse with that. And of course, it wasn't proven until there was some cool, like, fluorescent technology that they looked at in the 1940s. But they made the case pretty early on. And so, people are slowly starting to move over towards Dart's idea that Australopithecus, and humans had evolved in Africa. And very shortly after Australopithecus africanus, the tongue child, this little tiny ape baby, is discovered, we finally get the discovery of a complete Australopithecus africanus cranium, and an adult at that, in the form of Mrs. Ples. And when you flip this bad boy over, that foramen
Bam.
magnum, it's just like a
Yep.
human's. Not like a chimp's,
that so well.
like a human's. And
You
and the
did
brain
that
case is
very well.
bigger, and it's just like, it's really fascinating and really cool. And so, when people point to, like, oh, they're like, the story is so simple. They're just like, oh, well, they wanted humans to evolve in Africa because of, woke or whatever. And then it's like, oh, they want us to come from apes so that materialism can kill off religion. And you're just like, no, dude, you don't even know the history of all of this stuff. The arguing is intense and ubiquitous, and we move forward one big scholarly debate at a time. And that's what tells us that it's working. So you got to be careful when you ask me for examples and when you ask me to pull down the skull splint.
Clearly. I
I'll
want
pull
you to
them
do it
down,
again,
and
though.
I'll take
Here,
forever.
wait. If you have a moment, stick around. I think we have a big party forming. We have lots of everybody here. John, are you here with Milo? No, I just hear Frederick breathing. Frederick, you're breathing
hear
too loud into
breathing,
your mic.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I guess John is not here. I thought he was. But okay, no, Erica, that was fantastic. I know you need to go because you have another thing that you're doing.
I do.
We're going to do more later. We already have something on the radar, and we're going to do even more. So we'll see Erica back here soon.
Perfect.
See you later.
Bye, guys. Thanks for having
Ciao.
me on. Sorry, we're
Yeah.
crossing like ships in the night, Laura and Frederick. But, have fun, you guys, and I'll catch you later.
Thank you.
All right, we have now two awesome people. We have here. Wait, let me get your guys' YouTube channel links. I should be better prepared. We have Frederick Trusoham. Am I saying your last name right, Frederick?
More or less. Trusoham.
Okay. And he's with the Digging Up Ancient Aliens YouTube channel, blog, and podcast,
Yeah.
which is super awesome. Let me get the link in here. And Laura, I don't even know your last name.
Tabone.
Tabone. I did know your last
You
name.
do know.
I just forgot it. Yeah. And she has the YouTube channel Megalith Hunter. And they are both phenomenal channels that I hope everybody goes and checks out. In addition, of course, to Gutsick Gibbon, who we just had on. And so, yeah, we have a great community here. And that's actually part of why I wanted to talk to these two, because these two, with me and I guess with Dan and Bill as well, you guys were really the driving force behind our Real Archaeology festival we did last year. Which I thought is just something I wanted to re-highlight to everybody, because the website is still up and it still hosts all of what we did, and it's still all available, and we're hoping to do it again this fall, I think, is the goal. And yeah, so welcome. Laura, you start first. Introduce yourself, introduce your channel.
Hi, so I'm Laura. I have the channel Megalith Hunter. I kind of started it by accident during COVID. I've always had an interest in ancient history. I did read Graham Hancock when I was younger, have to make that admission. And then as I got older and I got more and more interested in the subject, I started reading peer-reviewed papers, because I got, more educated and I understood how to read them and pass through the information. And I started to read, a lot more books on ancient history. And I realized that, unfortunately, the Atlantis stuff, there's just no evidence for it. And then during COVID, I was doing a staycation in Malta where I live, and I'd already been to all the megalithic sites so many times. So I started looking for off the beaten track megalithic sites, ones that I had never been to before. I went through all these papers and museum reports from the old days, looking for all these interesting sites, and I managed to find quite a few. But it was hard, I was falling over nettles and thorns and like hurting my ankles, and I thought it was rather amusing. So I started a Instagram feed about my little days out, and it did really well. And then I met History with Kaylee on Instagram, and she said, why don't you start a channel about this? And at the same time, I was starting to become a little bit annoyed by all of the pseudo stuff. It was obviously always in my sphere. I can see it happening. I've seen Ancient Aliens. I've read all the books. And I thought this is actually a really good opportunity to do a kind of edutainment channel as an amateur. So I wanted to go through all of these really good resources that I have access to, that I understand to some extent, not as much as an expert, obviously, in those fields, but roughly speaking, I can do a reasonable job of summarizing the information in a peer-reviewed paper. So I started going through all of this and then summarizing it and talking about it, and then it started to do, reasonably well. I have a small channel, but it's doing okay. So yeah, that was really how it all came about, in a really strange, accidental way. And now it's become something that takes up quite a bit of my time. I also started to find that, so what kind of irritated me was, there are mysteries in the ancient past. And I talk about that. I say there are mysteries. There's so many things we don't know, but there's new evidence coming to light all the time. So I like to talk about what's happening, what research is going on. Where there are gaps, it can be fun to speculate, but the speculation that you see in popular culture it's like it just fills a gap with nonsense. It's insane. It's like it goes from here to here. There's nothing nuanced about it. So when we do speculate, even as an amateur, I think it might be fun to, but you still have to have some level of nuance, and you have to put caveats in place. Like, wouldn't it be interesting if, however, probably not, And that's the thing in peer-reviewed papers as well, that I find, amazing, is that there's so many caveats. And when you're talking and you're trying to summarize it, you don't want to mention every single caveat, but there are so many. I mean, there are so many things that can change, and everybody's very humble when they put forward evidence for a hypothesis. Whereas in the pseudo community, they're resolute and absolutely convinced in their hypothesis, which actually has less.
Atlantis is the reshot structure.
And there's actually there's even less evidence, and there's no caveat, and there's just an enormous amount of arrogance around that. So, these are all things that I've talked about on my channel over the years. And like edutainment using proper sources. And that doesn't mean these sources are controlled by some cabal. They just make sense if you understand how to read them. They are a consensus based on an enormous body of evidence and literature. And I also, one of the other things I found a little bit irritating in some of the more fringe areas of the pseudo community, if you can say, there are more fringe areas than, I suppose. And they tend to take etymology, and they just go on such a mind-blowing journey that connects all these different cultures from thousands of years apart that really are not connected in any linguistic families that we know about. And they ignore an enormous amount of literature on the subject. Could just completely ignore it, because it would take a long time, many years, to read through all of that. That is a very complex subject. It's complex, it's sophisticated. Most people in it, they are specialists in just one small area of it. So, and then you get someone an amateur that just says, well, actually, I think because this sounds like this in this one country, and this sounds like this in this other country, and these two cultures and language groups are not related, but they must be. And they must have all had some origin and some Atlantean teachers and blah blah blah. And it just
Which goes all the way back to Ignatius Donnelly. He has a whole chapter in his book on Atlantis about languages and how they sound somewhat similar, so therefore they're Atlantis. And it's like, man, this is not how philology works. This is not how linguistics works. But I mean, that's what it is. What's funny, we'll move to Frederick in a second so he can introduce his channel. But what's funny about both of your channel names is, to anyone, we don't know from your names whether you're pseudo or real archaeology. Like, it's really unclear, because usually the term megalith is, like, to me, a red flag. It is like, so when I first saw your channel, Laura, I was like, uh-oh, are you doing real stuff? But like, Kaylee was vouching for you, and you clearly are. You're doing a great job. But and then obviously with digging up ancient aliens, that could go either way. So Frederick, tell us your evil origin story.
Yeah, I mean that it both goes both way was kind of the idea, and I get a lot of Giorgio Tsoukalos fan mails, I can tell you. People who are searching ancient aliens and find my email and send their love letters to Giorgio to me instead. But the origin of my podcast was also a bit of a COVID baby, and also the fact that this podcast I loved called Archaeological Fantasies, hosted by Sarah Heed and Jeb Card, stopped airing. I think Ken Fader also was on there for a while. But they stopped producing that, and I felt, well, maybe I should fill that void. And I also got tired of, because when you say I'm an archaeologist, you also always get this question, what do you think about those Bosnian pyramids? And you stand there, what? So it was a little bit to explore the field. I was vaguely aware of the ancient aliens, but never looked into them properly. So the idea is to watch Ancient Aliens, because the TV show might have the best evidence that you want to present to the public, and then see if they actually are onto something or if it's just bull, basically.
Yeah, which is usually bullshit, right?
Yeah. So far, not a single alien, just a lot of bull crap.
Wait, you mean those alien skeletons down in South America? They weren't convincing?
Yeah, that's a horrible story too.
It's terrible. Oh God, it's disgusting.
It's trafficking of human remains in there, and a lot of forgeries,
combining them with animal
fakes
remains and forgeries. Oh, it's just the most unethical thing. I mean, this is my problem as an archaeologist, is seeing this stuff. It's not just wrong, but it oftentimes they break laws, they break ethical codes, they and it's just like, you're breaking into sites like, Jimmy Corsetti, like literally he's climbing over fences to go into Cyberch in Turkey, and like handling stuff that's in the middle of being conserved. And it's like, man, when I was at Pompeii for the video I released a couple days ago, I didn't even get to go to the trench that I excavated 15 years ago. I had to say, hey, it's past this fence. I could have snuck in there. I would have had no problem, but I'm going to fucking follow the rules, because that's what I do, Like,
yeah, that's important. And they even mishandle human remains and other things in the TV show. I noticed that they try to somehow they get a hold of stones from, I think it was Pumapunku specifically. They want to test how they could carve granite, if it was lasers or diamond tip saws. So they get this real artifact and they laser cut it and diamond saws it, and then claim that must have been a diamond saw because nothing really matched. But with weathering, the diamond saw might be closer to what we see at the site today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so how do you two deal with the influx of trolls that come your way? Because I mean, that's tough, isn't it?
I actually quite spared from it. It's on
Oh, really?
TikTok for the most of it, and then it's mostly when I talk about cultural heritage and Vikings, because that pisses off a lot of Americans who believe that there are proper Vikings and that the Vikings were the first people in the Americas. Yeah, they have the horns and
the horned
horse
helmets
hammer
and Jesus Christ. Such
But
nationalist crap.
that's strikingly the pseudo-archaeology crowd. They are quite calm in my feeds. It's when I talk about cultural heritage, I get more angry comments and letters and that. But I'm a white male also, so I might have it easier than, for example, Laura might have a bit more issues.
Yeah, I get a lot of comments in my YouTube channel. I usually just, I read about 4 words and then I see the direction it's going in and I just delete. I used to get quite bothered by it and try to argue back, but then I realized that some people you just can't argue with. There are people you can argue with and they might, see the light, but I also don't have much time for that. So I just pick your battles, isn't it? I don't pick them.
I'm with
I
you.
read
Yeah,
it,
it's not
I
worth
delete,
it.
read, delete, hide user. You comment on my looks, you ask me inappropriate questions, you comment on my accent, you comment too much about the fact I use BCE instead of BC, even though these days it's pretty much an academic convention, it's in most papers. If I just delete, it's ridiculous. It's like, if that's all you've got to be concerned about and you actually have the time and energy to write that, I mean, you need to get more hobbies. Like
that is true. People on the internet need more hobbies. What are you all doing listening to us? No, I'm joking. Stay. It's cool. It's cool. So, all right, let's do a little reflection on. No, wait. No, what am I looking for? I'm looking for this. What's our reflection? How are we going to make this better next time? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, I think we need to have outline or the schedule public earlier. I was adding
That's like
things
herding
last
cats.
minute.
We tried. We had a deadline for them and they did not submit their information. Some of them didn't even submit it until after the event started.
Yeah. I think we also need to, so ideally feed everything into one place. If we can. I think we can. I think there's a way we can do it so that people don't have to skip between all the YouTube channels. Our YouTube channels just kind of feed into one screen, hosted on the website. Bit technical. We might need to, subscribe to a platform or something to be able to do it, but I think we can. Well, Frederick's more the technical.
See, I don't like that idea personally.
No.
I think it's better if we all host it ourselves and then boost each other. I just
No,
think
but
that
you would still have it on your channel. I'm not saying to have it outside of your channel. I'm
I
just
see what you're
saying
saying,
that
but
it's
have it all show up
viewable.
on the website.
It's just viewable in that place, right?
That's an interesting idea. But then we
Like
can't
a
have
sort
multiple
of
things at the same time.
like when you embed a widget on your website where you have your channel. But in this way, it's like everybody that's subscribed, it kind of shows. I'm sure there'll be some way of doing it. I mean,
I'm sure we can
21st
set up a
century,
playlist
like,
that just play everything in order on the
Yeah.
website and have it there. Yeah.
but it doesn't take away the traffic from people's channels because that wouldn't make any sense. It's all about, supporting and pushing everybody's channels.
One of our members from last year said that he already has his video planned for next time. So we will have the crew of the Fancy back, I think, and they are ready to rock our world. So that's good. Yeah, I think people were excited about it, and I think we can do better this next time. And but we definitely need to keep it easy on us because it is a lot of work, as we know.
Yeah.
Um,
And if we plan it a little bit further in advance this time, so there's a few more lives, because it makes it more like a real conference atmosphere, and I think that's fantastic. I know you were really working hard, Flint, on your lives last time, and I had guests that weekend and couldn't participate in that. So this time, planned well in advance, I'll block out the whole weekend, and we'll all host lives and make it a really cool, vibey atmosphere.
Yeah, I just think if we're all doing something together and shouting each other out, I think that's the real key. And I want to get more of this kind of stuff where we have each other on each other's channels. I think that's really important so that we can train the algorithm that we're connected, if you see what I mean. So that, when one of my videos finishes, it sends people towards your guys' videos rather than Megalithomania, they go to Megalith Hunter. Rather than, ancient aliens, they go to digging up ancient aliens. That's what we want to see, if you see what I mean, right? Because that's our goal here, is to try to create this kind of ecosystem. That's my goal, at least. That was my goal from the beginning, is to try to get us all more meshed together so that people know where to find real stuff. And I think that's really the overarching goal, to me at least, to try to boost each other, right? Because we're like ships together on the same sea. is how I see it. We're not in competition with each other. We're in competition with the people that sell fake shit, is how I see it.
Yeah. And you know what? I honestly think there are some well-meaning alternative history people. I think that, you know, there are people that are really trying to do some research, and they might not be going about it in the right way, but they're certainly not nasty or arrogant. But the vast majority, it's not a good experience, you know? So that's the problem.
Someone said, don't forget David Miano. I don't want to forget David Miano. He's fantastic. And we're working to do a collaboration in the future as well. I'm trying to collaborate with everybody, if you can't see. We've been talking with Laura about having her back on. And Frederick, you were on my channel for one of those Real Archaeology live streams,
Yeah,
which was
one
fantastic.
of the earlier one, I think.
I think actually your segment was the most popular of all the live streams that we had. Yeah, people really like the ancient aliens, man.
Yeah, but they are fun in a way.
Yeah, I wanted to do a longer live stream as well, like just to talk about, because as an amateur, I mean, I'm not obviously in the field digging and researching, but sometimes, so there's like this one prevailing idea in the alt history sphere that hasn't had a lot of mainstream research on it. And there's, you know, there's information that you can get from peer-reviewed papers and books, and you can discern sort of whether they're onto something or they're not. And I wanted to do further research on that. So it's I'll talk about it when we do our live stream together. But it was like it was based in Italy, this whole thing, and there's a few people covered it, and it's to do with megaliths. And I thought, so I went to Italy a few times to research this angle. And I'll tell you what, it didn't take me long to solve the mystery. I mean, it took about 5 minutes. There really isn't a mystery. Unfortunately, it really isn't that hard. But it's just that no one's really bothered to write about it. So I thought, you know, I will do that. I will maybe do a series on YouTube. Maybe I'll write a book. I would love to write a book if I get the time to do it, to actually talk about this particular thing that is seen as so mysterious. And when you get into it, it's really not, but it's just not been explained away. There's never been a documentary or anything on that. It's a little bit niche, let's say. So
Yeah, but
when we just sit down, the two of us, I really want to get into that one.
Yeah, that's a very common strategy almost from the alternative history people. Select sites that are very unknown or not published in English. So there's a bunch of publications in Slavic language, Russian or Chinese, but most people in the West don't speak those. Therefore, they can't double check what they're saying. And so it's a common thing that if you speak a language, Spanish or Russian or something, you can figure things out quite quickly, that people on Reddit goes, oh, this is such a mystery, or make YouTube videos about. But yeah, sometimes
100%, Frederick. I actually went to this small, tiny museum where everything was only in Italian, and it was like a civic museum in a village. Like nobody else was there. They had very few exhibits, and there was this book like this thick, written by like someone within the archaeology community, but he's not very well known, and he only speaks Italian. And it was like only a few copies published, and it kind of explained everything. And I thought, wow, but nobody has access to that, right?
Yeah.
So if you hadn't have happened to go to that tiny museum in that village and pick up that when he works at that museum, I mean, you just wouldn't have a clue. So yeah I think bringing these things out to the wider public is so important.
I agree. I had that problem when I was researching Gunung Padang. I mentioned this earlier, where my only way to find legitimate information was to literally, I had someone who followed me on Twitter, who was an Indonesian grad student in archaeology, who then said, hey, I know the archaeologist who excavated the site. And so he put me in touch with Luffy Yondri, and we had an interview on my channel. And it was that then led to Archaeology magazine reaching out to me to reach out to Luffy to publish a special in English on the site, because until then, I couldn't trust what I read in English. It was not secure in any way. And so it was just like, it's really hard. And I mean, you know, because I deal with this in my research. I work in Greece. I have to read enough modern Greek to be able to keep up with research on various little sites that nobody's heard of. I've been to probably 1,000 sites in the Greek world, you know, and so it's just like, that's the kind of thing you need to do. And that's why you can only specialize really on one area, one time period, etc., because there's thousands of little sites that nobody has heard of, really, across the world. Hundreds of thousands of little sites that nobody's heard of. And so the more we can get, you know, whether also scholars and interested amateurs to be putting out really good quality information, that's how we flood this kind of zone. We flood the zone with good information that will show up on Google searches. And I would say that one of the advantages of your channel, Laura, even though, like I said, megalith to me is oftentimes a red flag. It's not really a term we use anymore in archaeology. But what's really good about your channel is that's a term that lots of people search for because they hear it from pseudo-archaeology stuff.
Yeah.
And you're waiting right there with good quality information. And same thing with Frederick. You guys hit those key words, while oftentimes people like me, I try to avoid those keywords because I'm trying to present the words we actually use. And so so yeah, I think that's really valuable in that sense. I've
Well,
come around to your name.
I also found it kind of irritating that when you look into megaliths, right, they're just seen as like this, they must all be connected. All of the different people that built megaliths must all be connected. And then there must be some sort of a pattern between the sites. But these patterns that people find, I mean, you can find a pattern anywhere if you look hard enough, but the patterns don't take into account any that could have been destroyed. They don't take into account any that haven't been discovered yet. They don't take into account the fact that they are so far apart in terms of geography and age. Sometimes they're thousands of years, different dates that they're trying to compare and put them all into this thing. Some have evidence of burials, some don't. Some were potentially for ritual purposes unrelated to funerary. Some have very clear funerary purposes. But they just sort of amalgamate them all and find this connection. Usually there's some stars linked up as well. And it's just like, hurts my head. It hurts my brain to go down that route.
And sometimes they're really sneaky and they don't even line up if you pull up a map. That I've done several times with ancient aliens and their ley line theories, mapping out, and then you realize, no, that's not a straight line.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not at all.
exactly. I mean, you know, that's the reality of these ley line things. I mean, it was figured out over 100 years ago. I teach my students this like on the first day of the history of archaeological thought, where it's like, you know, they connect in so many different ways that the pattern is completely meaningless. You can it's just drawing random shit there because there's so many different sites now. And that's what it was. When they first had just a handful of sites, you might find a pattern there. But now that we have so many more, we realize it's not a pattern. There's no pattern to it. Yeah, I see that some of Dr. Joe Wilson's students just joined the chat. He's going to join in about 5 minutes or 3 minutes. So yeah. All right. Any last words about pseudo-archaeology, real archaeology, or your channels? Frederick, you first.
Well, ancient aliens is not a thing. And you should definitely go and listen to the podcast I make. It's great for most of it.
Yeah, so he does a great job at linking together his blog, his podcast, and YouTube. It's also on YouTube. And it's super detail oriented with really good bibliography. So here, wait, let me find your actual website. I think I linked your channel before. We should drive people to your website too. Here we go. This is the link for Frederick's website. So yeah, do go check it out. He does a great job. Laura, how about you? Last words.
Yeah, please come to my YouTube channel, Megalith Hunter. I'm often in my studio filming. I try and get as much footage and photos where they're accessible and, you know, open source as I can. But I do go out around the Mediterranean visiting sites as well, and I film as much of that as I can and put it out there. You know, I'm not the best at filming these things out in the field. I don't have a drone yet, but I am thinking of getting one in sites where you're allowed to do that. You can get like a European license for filming non-sensitive sites as well, like at a distance and stuff. So I might do that. So yeah, I do the best I can, but yeah, come and join me and see what you think. And I'm always in the chat too. So always doing premieres, always chatting. And I listen to what people want me to talk about as well.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Flint.
And Frederick is a great guy to get a beer with. We had a couple beers together at what am I blanking on?
QED. where you
QED
became
conference. That's what it
skeptic of the
was. Yeah.
year.
Yeah, exactly. What kept going into my brain was Occam. And I'm like, wait a second. No, that's not the name of the conference. That's the, yeah. No, that
That's
was
the
great.
price. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Thanks for having
yeah,
us. Flint.
you guys rock, and we'll be in touch. I'll have you both back on the channel soon. And
Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bye.
see ya.
Yeah.
All right. We now have Dr. Joe Wilson, who I am meeting for the first time in this sort of way. So yeah, great to have you here. How are you doing?
I am doing great. It's been a pleasure. What a blast this is. I watched the Dr. Dave thing the other day, that was amazing. This whole situation is mind-boggling. The fact that like this subject, because I've been working in archaeology frauds for a long time. I've been publishing on this topic for like 10 years, but the last year, you debating Graham is like a watershed moment, right? It's like changed the way our field has to engage with this stuff because of the backlash against you and the way it's like now the battle lines are hardened in a way that they weren't before the debate. It's really bizarre. I can't quite get my head around how different it is now when people used to be a little more open-minded and now it's like they're really entrenched.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it was, I mean, so I showed this image earlier. I don't know how many people have been here the whole time versus not, so I don't want to repeat too many
late,
things.
so yeah.
No, it's fine. But I want to make the point that I think that part of the reason the battle lines are hardened is a good sign in many ways, because it shows that I convinced a lot of people away from these people's ideas, which are groundless and have no evidence. And so my evidence of how successful it was is this comment on Professor Dave's video that Yoni found last night, I think it was, where this comment was there, and I was very intrigued by it because I've never talked about Randall Carlson ever, and yet he is now bashing me on his podcast regularly. And it's like, I specifically wanted to avoid talking about him when I was on Joe Rogan. And so it's just like, I didn't want to fight too many battles at once. And so I think it really goes and shows if he's out there bashing me, I have done some things to his followers that require him to do that. And so to his fan base, and that's fucking phenomenal. We were in the business of getting more people to believe in real archaeology and real science. And you know what? If that's going to provoke the hornet's nest and create trolls, so be it. So be it. That they're going to show their colors of who they actually are. And it's like, whatever. I think personally the battle lines were already quite hardened. As I've always said, when the reason I started speaking up in this way was seeing the beginning of Ancient Apocalypse, where Graham Hancock just trashed archaeologists for the first 5-10 minutes, calling us arrogant and patronizing and claiming we censor him and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, that's what hardens these battle lines, is trying to say such nasty stuff, saying that I fake my cancer. That's going to harden battle lines immediately, right? And
no doubt. No, what it was that many of you removed the scales from our eyes. A lot. I mean, I came out of a sort of a hippie teenage lifestyle in the 90s, where I really saw my research as building a bridge here, because I've always been, because there were ways that the sort of the paradigms were a little hidebound in the 90s, and new evidence has come along that challenged some of the old stodgy traditionalists of the old days. And so I was somebody who really saw myself as part, like when I was getting my bachelor's degree, I saw myself in 2000, I saw myself as part of the avant-garde, and that I was like going to push some of these like difficult questions forward. And I did so in a context where I knew a lot of our alternative archaeologists, whatever, the non-mainstream people. I knew them from my extended family network. The fact that I was publishing on topics related to pre-Columbian transoceanic contacts meant that my sphere of influence overlapped with those non-mainstream folks. And I really saw myself as saying, look, you can do better within the system. Like you can, because I never treated real archaeology as my enemy, even when they had some weird beliefs when I was like a a stoned teenager. Now that I'm like twice as old, I am a lot more cynical and jaded in some ways, but I never really completely abandoned that open-mindedness. I'm just surprised that when we're like, say, we're open to the evidence, come show us what you got and we'll give it our honest best attention, which is the best you can ask for. That's what they're saying, that we refuse to look at the stuff. But no, I love to look at the stuff. Like, show me the stuff. Give me more stuff to look at, because I want some of it to maybe actually be true. But so far, it's so not true that you can't. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah. And so
I mean, in many ways, I tried my darndest to really give Hancock's ideas a fair shake, in a sense, to try to say, all right, you have this idea, and not like the specifics of this site or another, but like, is there actually a possibility for a lost civilization in the Ice Age? And so, like, my goal was to really just put together the totality of evidence and say, what does it say about this? And it clearly says that there's no such thing. We can falsify that. And so, and I think that that's the goal here is, we have to kind of show how we test this stuff against real evidence. And that also teaches people how to think critically, how we do our research is, I think, one of the big goals here, rather than going in and addressing every little last claim they make, to really get at the gist of the big picture of what they're saying. How would we actually test it from our ways of testing actual claims? You know what I mean? And so that was oftentimes my goal, as opposed to just debunking each little step along the way, because I think that that's less effective than looking at the big claim.
And there's so much. The thing is, these works are gold mines. So you had a couple of questions people asked you on Reddit, and I noticed. I just glanced at it real quick. Have you already? Erica was on. Did you already talk about creationism stuff?
No, we did briefly. Yeah. Do you want to talk about it a little more though? If you have something to say, we can.
Not the thing in general, but like, let's talk about one particular fraudulent object that's getting a lot of play in the media now, that real archaeologists and real experts in medieval material culture haven't done enough work with on mainstream channels. And that's because religion is kind of a third rail a little bit. Like, nobody wants, if people who are not, like, don't want to get involved in fundamentally religious debates. But let's talk about something. Let's talk about the Shroud of Turin for a minute. The Shroud of Turin is often touted as like a real object, a real artifact of first century burial, of a first century Jewish burial. And it's because the so-called scientists who have been, well, they are scientists. I'm not going to use scare quotes. They're real scientists who believe it's a real thing, and they push it in peer-reviewed journals that are not archaeology journals, not history journals, like Shroud of Turin studies people, if you know what I mean. And they say that it's a place where Jesus resurrected and left his face on the burial cloth. The problem with that is there are numerous problems with that they're obvious to somebody who's an expert in material culture of medieval iconography. Because what is it? It's actually a medieval icon. And this is not, I say this without a hint of doubt, because it's made with herringbone twill. The radiocarbon dates say it's medieval, and it fits perfectly within the context of the iconoclastic controversy of the post-Crusader era, right? Like, why that when they were producing these things that were supposed to be icons made by God, right? So it's one of a huge category of icons that weren't made by human hands, so that people who believed that icons were good were arguing against iconoclasts, you know what I mean? So there's a huge controversy in medieval religion between those people who favor image worship and those people who reject image worship. And if you can then say that, look, God makes images, then therefore images are allowed to be worshipped. See what I'm saying? And so when you understand and when you see that it actually came into existence, came onto the historical stage at exactly the right moment to answer the question for that controversy. And all they needed to do was have some scholars on the team that were studying it that were experts in the actual material culture of the period, as opposed to having people who were physicists or engineers write about it who didn't know the first thing about medieval art. See what I'm saying? So this is just a quick example. This is the basic principle that we're talking about. That when, like, I'm a generalist, you're more of a specialist. You're a bioarchaeology specialist. You have really drilled down. I deal a lot with ancient weapons. I've studied a lot. I've done archaeology in a lot of different places, and I'm more of a teaching scholar than a research scholar. So my career has been kind of all over the map. And so
I think you're wrong about me, though, because my dad was an archaeologist. I've done GIS, I've done animal bones, I've directed projects, and I've done all sorts of stuff all over.
You got the breadth. I'm not knocking you. I'm saying that when it comes to your speciality, you are.
I have a clear.
I hesitate to call myself an expert, even in areas where I occasionally do peer review and publish. Right? Because I recognize that I haven't gone far enough in most of the areas that I've dabbled in as a scholar. Okay. Right? So I try to stay humble and not like assert my own perspective as like definitive on most subjects. But and what I do say though is that what makes my interpretations good is when I can rely on others who know more than me. Right? And so it's not about you believe. I never ask anyone to believe me. I say, go find the person who really knows more than me about this and look at what they have to say. And if there's a controversy among the true experts, then that's a real controversy, right? As opposed to a made up controversy, a controversy that's about like tabloid sensationalism or selling clickbait, right? Where you create a controversy where there is no controversy. There are real archaeological controversies, questions of fundamental importance to our discipline that have been putting scholars against scholars for decades. They're just they're not the ones that people think they are necessarily.
And that's what annoys me, where like people say, oh my God, archaeologists suck the mystery out of everything. It's like, man, what we've done is what you think is a mystery is no longer a mystery. We've moved on to actual real mysteries.
That's
you know, like what was the impact of climate change on the end of Bronze Age societies?
Right.
That is what we are discussing and researching right now.
Yes.
And people care about it too.
So you might say you'd be on the climate change side. I'm looking at the Bronze Age collapse. I'm a weapons guy, right? I study ancient weapons and ancient projectile weapons technology. And so I am still very much in the camp that warfare technological paradigms shifted, right? And that there were things with the chariot paradigm failed.
You're like J.D. Drews. You're like in 1993, man. What
yes,
the hell?
That's right. But here's what. But you know, it's because it doesn't have to be just one. And this is like it's nature versus nurture. It's like there's all these perennial debates, independent invention versus diffusion, and they shift, and like the battle lines again between credentialed real scholars. The battle lines get redrawn every 10 years or so with slight adjustments and whose work is most important. It's like right now we care about climate change. Why? Because we're causing climate change in the present. So archaeologists care about climate change in the past because it's what's going on right now. Right? In periods.
Well, that, and we also have new methods that we can actually understand the climate in the past better.
That's
so that
right.
We have
but why are we asking these questions?
Yeah.
We're asking questions based on the concerns of real people today. And so likewise, if you're concerned about like peace in the Middle East, then you're going to ask questions about ancient warfare. These are all valid questions, and there doesn't have to be a definitive right answer. There will never be a right answer. Like nature versus nurture, like how much of you is your DNA and how much of it is what your dad taught you, right? These are all questions that will always be a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B. And that's why we will always have fun fighting with each other and having beers after conferences together, right? It's like, even if we're on the same opposite side of a fundamental issue. And that's what I imagined naively when I was in my early 20s, that there would be a time when we could do that with someone like Hancock. And you, I thought, did that, right? The Rogan show was like,
when I showed up, he wouldn't even shake my hand at the start.
Oh my God!
I went up and tried. I got to Rogan's studio. I went up and I said, "Hey," he wouldn't even shake my hand. It was like it was just pure animosity from the beginning, and like. Whatever, dude. Like,
that's crazy.
And that's, like I said, that's why I started speaking up. It's like, to me, unlike you and unlike many people that speak up on this issue, I never believed in any pseudoarchaeology when I was a kid, because my dad was a real archaeologist. And so to me, it was always just sort of funny. Like, how do people believe this stuff? And it was more recently in 2021 when I started realizing, all right, this is actually a big deal. Lots of people believe in this stuff, and they're actually oftentimes quite conditioned against us, meaning they're quite nasty to us.
Right.
And so that was really what got me to start addressing this. And I think it's also because I didn't have that childhood exposure to it that I take a slightly different track on how to address it, because I'm addressing it from a different perspective than many of you are who came from that perspective and then were converted later. Yeah.
So I'm an odd duck in that I never really converted. So, because here's why. Here's what I'm going to say. I never really converted because I wasn't actually pure alternative crowd. I grew up around real archaeologists arguing with pseudo-archaeologists, right?
Okay.
Because I was a college boy in Kent. I grew up as a townie in Kent State, around Kent, Ohio. Kent State has a real archaeology, like a really Lovejoy is there, right? Olaf Prüfer is there. I took courses in Pan-African studies and courses in anthropology as an undergraduate at the same time, where I had professors with very, very different perspectives on the same topic. I always saw myself as kind of like synthesizing the two, if that makes sense. Like I was never on. So I wanted a big tent, if that makes sense. I wanted one where real archaeology would still get to like arbitrate and do like the truth testing of the claims, but where that alternative claims would get a fair shake, right? And that was my naivete, where I didn't realize just how much of it was a money making thing. I knew there were, because part of it is the people who are the target for real fraud are the naive collectors and wannabe revolutionary scholars.
Yeah,
you know
I mean,
so
like I don't think always being aggressive is the way to go either. Like, just because I think that Jimmy Corsetti and Dan Richards are terrible people, which they are, objectively, they've said nasty things and tried to get me fired and whatnot and lied about my cancer.
And you've been the target of the most horrible behavior by them, but they've done it to other people too.
Of course,
just anyone who's associated with you gets it.
No, lots of other people.
You're the
and what's hilarious is this started in 2022. They slammed, Jimmy Corsetti started slamming Kaylee and Milo and other people on Twitter because they simply liked my tweets against Ancient Apocalypse. He yelled at Milo and Kaylee on Twitter for simply liking and retweeting my thread about Ancient Apocalypse. And so, this hatred towards me started even then because I wrote a viral thread at that time. And so it's like I said, I realized really quickly, you speak up about this stuff and hatred follows, just pure hatred. But at the same time, what I always realized is my goal is never Jimmy Corsetti, Dan Richards, Graham Hancock. My goal is to always try to get whoever's willing to listen to me. You know what I mean? Whoever is willing to listen and not be a hateful, toxic piece of shit, you're welcome. If you're willing to listen, I don't care if you don't agree with me on everything. I don't care if you agree mostly with Hancock. But if you're willing to sit here and listen and not be spiteful and hateful and trolling, you're welcome. I don't really care. I'm here to just share my experience and knowledge. That's about it with anyone who's willing to listen. And so, that's what I always try to keep in mind is it's not the Jimmy Corsetti who's my audience. It's not even his toxic fans who are my audience. It's the other people. Some of those people are already on our side. Some of those people are not, but they're willing to listen. And so, that's what you always need to keep in mind is who you're trying to talk to. And it's never Graham Hancock or Joe Rogan or Jimmy Corsetti or Dan Richards. It's the people that are listening right now, the nearly 500 of you that are tuning in right now, and the probably several thousand that'll tune in later after this is recorded. And so, that's what matters.
So let me echo and reiterate what you said about keeping your eye on Graham Hancock himself. Graham Hancock is incredibly influential, and his work is a gold mine for doing this kind of thing. So the answer to the question of what's the way people can do research in this topic, there are so many new things coming up. Like it's whack-a-mole. Anytime someone gets a new idea, right, it can be the seed for some new bullshit theory that's now the next big thing. So in essence, we need everyone to be who cares about critical thinking, whether or not they have a degree. We need them to pay attention and to use basic common sense in how they approach this stuff. And so somebody like Hancock's books are so full of so many different small arguments. And so many of them are poorly written, even from a journalistic standpoint. Like I was shocked. I'm going back and rereading Chariots of the Gods. It's not good journalism by any stretch of the imagination. The citations are sloppy. It often has really, really poor, connections between claims and evidence. And many of the little details in the book we haven't discussed. There's in other words, there's a treasure trove there for teaching basic critical thinking skills. All you have to do is pick a random part of the book and then just ask your question, how would this be true? Yes, like what evidence would we need to validate or disprove this suggestion made in this chapter about this thing? And then that's one way of approaching it. Another way of approaching it is, where does this idea come from? Like, what's the pedigree of the claim being made? Because you talked a lot about like Ignatius Donnelly, but there's innumerable obscure pioneers in this stuff from the 20th century and the 19th century, dozens and dozens of people, and most of their work gets recycled over and over and over again. And it just gets like a new coat of paint and it gets a different name on it. And oftentimes you can find the fingerprints of the earlier authors. And I say that Graham Hancock has amnesia about which sources he's using. He has, they talk about a species with amnesia. He has amnesia about the 20th century books that he read before he wrote his book, and basically copied their arguments pretty much word for word over and over again. Same thing that von Daniken does with Chariots of the Gods. He just rewrites a bunch of the pulp that was popular in his, in his time, and he just repackages it for a new audience with a slightly different spin. But it's the same. Like the arguments about Baalbek as a space platform, these all go back to like the same French sources in the 50s. Nobody actually tells you who the real guy that they're quoting was, or who that they came up with it first. As archaeologists, we would be dragged across the coals if I were to present Drew's article as my own, right? You accuse me of being a 90s person in terms of my Bronze Age weapons ideas. If I were to act like I was the original proponent of something that had been already the subject of a big book 30 years ago, I would have no career left. But in pseudoarchaeology, it's all about, can I repackage this same well-worn trope, like for a new audience, but give it a new coat of paint so they think I'm coming up with it myself. And I think that's what Hancock has been genius at doing. He's been genius at resurrecting these old zombie ideas and making them into like something that seems avant-garde when it's in fact just reactionary.
It's ironic because Aktrak here just tipped me, and I was just telling him that we were answering his question right now on the live stream that he asked me in the Reddit AMA about how do you research these kind of pseudoscience claims and find actual research on the topics. There you go, Aktrak. Thank you for the tip, because it's the second time we've answered this question in a different way. And one of the key ways is to look at the history of these ideas. I do find that to be an important way to research, but I also find it a difficult way to explain to the public. I find that to be a less convincing argument for the public. They just say, well, who cares if it's an old idea? It still could be right. So show me why it's right or wrong. And so that's why I took the track I did when I was on Rogan of trying to address the claims with as much evidence as possible. But no, I think that you're exactly right, where that's really important because it's eye-opening about how much of these ideas are not new. They've already been tested in the field. You can see scholars, good scholars in the 19th century, in the early 20th century, in the mid 20th century, in the late 20th century, all addressing these claims in different minor variations and iterations.
Thank you.
Oh, I silenced you. Oh no. Okay.
No. You left me speechless, Flint. I don't know what to say. I wish we had more time. I know we're in our last 10 minutes, but so just a little bit more about me. Like I say, I've got a bunch of different research areas, not a huge publication record compared to many of my scholar peers, because I've adjuncted in several disciplines for extended periods in my career. I'm hoping to get some publications out in the next year and establish a kind of a new wave in my own career. But one of the things on this topic that I've published about in the past, and I'll just mention to you, is the Burroughs Cave scam. I don't know if you're aware of that at all. It's something that's had History Channel documentaries about it, credulous ones. It's if you're familiar with Scott Wolter's show America Unearthed, his earlier show Holy Grail in America, those have used some of the Burroughs Cave materials. But it's basically, it's a guy in Southern Illinois who was probably involved in the Slack Farm looting, if you're familiar with the Slack Farm scandal in like 87.
Oh God, he's involved with Frank Collin and Frank Joseph. It's this song.
Yeah.
Okay, I do know about this.
That's right.
We should do a whole live stream on this, maybe.
If you want, we should do a Burroughs Cave episode. I would love to. It's a hoot, man. It's some seriously scandalous stuff. And one where it's highly transgressive material. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So
scratch pseudo-archaeology and Nazism is not that far.
Right. And and the guy, and guess who wrote the blurb on Frank Joseph's Destruction of Atlantis book? The guy who wrote the blurb on the back of the 2004 edition was Robert Bauval. So in other words, there's like 2 degrees of separation between some of these guys that you think.
Well, Frank Joseph or Frank Collin, whatever you want to call him, he wrote the blurb on Marco Vigato's book, Empires of Atlantis. Marco Vigato appeared on Ancient Apocalypse. So there's multiple.
That's right. Or
connection.
The other one.
And just so everybody realizes, Frank Collin, also known as Frank Joseph, was the former head of the American Nazi Party.
Right. Parody.
And he writes Atlantis books and stuff like that.
And his character was played by Henry Gibson in the film The Blues Brothers.
Yes.
So he is the Illinois Nazi. When the Blues Brothers say, "I hate Illinois Nazis," he is the Illinois Nazi that they were talking about. And he reinvented himself as a left-wing kind of shaman guy, but he still hung around with some of those other guys because he edited the work of a guy named Patrick Chenard, who's a real Stormfront like Aryan guy. And his work was edited by Frank Joseph, and Robert Schock wrote the blurb on Chenard's book. Right. So, you know what I mean? It's really a small world of Atlantis studies. And the fact that there are overt Nazis in Atlantis studies means that anyone involved in Atlantis studies must do more to distance themselves from those people. And so I'm going to continue to call. That's why we need to keep talking to Graham Hancock in the world. It's like, yes, I'm glad Graham Hancock said he doesn't like Nazis. He should say that every day. He should make those Nazis unwelcome every day, and they should stop blurbing. He should tell his friends to stop writing blurbs for their books.
Yes, I think that's a good start. I think there's more thoughts on that as well, but that's a complicated conversation to unpack. So where can people find you if they want to search you down to see your thoughts and stuff like that? Are you most active on Twitter or Blue Sky?
I'm on Twitter. I'm on Blue Sky, or X, whatever it is. I'm on Twitter and I'm on Blue Sky, and I'm also occasionally on various YouTube channels. I don't really do much on my own channel yet, maybe someday. But this week, I was recently on Jackson Wheat's channel for a live stream. And then tomorrow, you were Cooper, who formerly known as Elevator Charles. He's having me on tomorrow. So
cool. Great.
I'm going to be talking about just these various kinds of issues, another conversational situation like this. And so down the road, as I hopefully get some new, I'm doing some work on my 2 years ago, I was at Poggio Civitate in Tuscany with my boss, Anthony Tuck, in the classics department here. And so because I'm interested in projectile weapons, I need to write up a report about the sling stones from there. So when I get a new which are, the way that projectile weapons were used in Etruria. So when I get a new publication out, I'll probably have a reason to go and do a little bit of a publicity tour around that. But for the most part, I just, I'm here to back you up, man, on social media. So,
we should definitely do a Burroughs Cave episode. I think that sounds like a good one. Maybe focus on sort of all those Illinois things, including the stuff, what was the name of that pyramid in the lake out there? I forgot what it is. I was going to do something on that at some point. But it's another one of Frank Joseph's things.
Oh yeah.
This pyramid in this lake out there that people still think is a pyramid, and it's I want to do a big video. It's called the top 6 pyramids that are not pyramids.
Right.
And so that's up on there as a big one to talk about. So yeah, we should think about that. That could be a good episode, I think, to talk about Burroughs Cave and some of these other sort of hoaxes out there in
And
Illinois.
if you want to get me on a panel at some point about hyperdiffusion or whatever, like the basic, the basic sort of field of, pre-Columbian transoceanic contacts and the controversies surrounding them, that's something that I would be happy to do in the future. So just letting you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I need to think. One of my biggest problems, so like I always try to think through, like we were talking before about how to research this stuff versus how to present it, right? And I was saying that the historiography is really important for research, but I find that it doesn't jive as well with the audience. That's one of my issues with hyperdiffusionism. It's like the fucking name just immediately puts people to sleep. And so I really like Bill Farley. He came up with the way of explaining it of this thing looks like that thing, as just a really poor way of framing an argument, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And so I always try to think very carefully over, how do we frame this for the public in a way that will A, hook them, B, convince them, C, be very understandable without turning them away. And so, like Dan Richards, he goes on Joe Rogan. He's like, all archaeologists want to do is talk about stratigraphy, and that's so boring. And it's but stratigraphy is fundamental to what we do. It's just how we talk about it needs to be carefully brought up and framed in the right way.
And his suggestion that stratigraphy is less scientific or not scientific, that was offensively stupid. I'm sorry, that was so
Richards
dumb.
does a lot of offensively stupid things.
I was blown. He said some really, really very stupid things before. It's not the first time I've been gobsmacked but for him to sit there and argue at length that one of the fundamental principles of geosciences, all historical sciences, freaking astronomy uses relative dating.
Yeah,
right? Relative dating is all over science.
Geneticists use it. Everybody uses relative dating. This is like, it's a function of how we do things. But that's also where we were talking about this earlier, I think with John Hoops, where it's like pseudoscientists, what they like to do is they like to put science on a pedestal that's not real. And so they try to claim that there's only one method of dating things. It's only radiocarbon, and it doesn't work on stones, and then there's nothing else. And it's like, that is not how this works. You are lying and misinforming to your public about how we actually go about doing archaeological chronology. Like I saw somebody asked earlier, how do you date a layer of sediment? And it's like, well, there's multiple ways to date layers of sediments. Sometimes you can do that directly using thermoluminescence to understand the last time those sediment grains were excited from sunlight. Or you can date material that's within those layers of sediments, like radiocarbon on organic remains. Or you can, and so on and so forth and so on. And there's I could come up with 15 different ways to date a layer of sediment right here. And so, it's just like you can date the layer above it and the layer below it, and that'll give you a range for the layer in between. All these kind of things are really valuable to be able to do that. And so it's just, it's like arguing with a brick sometimes. 1 second. I'm trying to figure out if Rachel is jumping on soon, because I think she's supposed to jump on soon.
Well, I don't have to leave to pick up my kids at school for another 15 minutes. So if you want to hang out until your next guest shows up, I'm happy to.
She says she's just finishing setup, so she'll be here in a bit. Yeah. So, all right. How would you date? Or do you have a different question from the Reddit you wanted to talk about? What do you?
No, I think we covered both of the ones. I didn't get it because I was prepping for class where, ironically, I was teaching ancient astronauts today because it's fraud. The class was frauds. And you just had the ancient aliens guy on right before me, right? So because of that, I didn't get a chance to really dig into the Reddit thread. I basically only looked at it. But if there's any, were there any more questions that were unanswered that you wanted to punt, or whatever?
No, we've hit a bunch of them. I have one, which I guess I could answer now. Let me see if I can find it. It doesn't really have to do with you, though. Maybe you'll think of a way to expand on it because you're a smart guy.
Bring it.
Yes, here we go. Let's share my screen. Do you regret being on Rogan now that he's back on his nonsense? Wait 1 second. Rachel's saying that she's still being a second. Let me just tell her that no rush, all good. So yeah, I don't regret going on Rogan at all. I think I made a real clear impact on people by being on there, and that was my goal. Did I expect there to be trolling afterwards? Of course I fucking expected to be trolled afterwards. Are you kidding me? I'd already been engaging with this crowd for at least 2 years at that point. Jimmy Corsetti had already claimed that I faked my cancer and had people contact my employer. This was before I went on Rogan. So it's like, I expected this kind of trolling. And did I expect Joe Rogan to stay in my camp with all the pseudoscientists that go on his show? No, I didn't expect that. I'm not that surprised at this kind of result. I'm a relatively intelligent person, I hope. And so, but what I do think is that I made a big impact on lots of people. And obviously some of them now no longer believe me because the campaign against me was effective because they were very loud. But at the same time, a lot of other people did have their eyes opened and they did not go back to believing that kind of stuff. And I've seen lots of signs of that. So I have zero regrets. I think I made the right decision, and I think I mostly prepped in the right way to make a compelling argument that convinced a lot of people. And that was my goal. So yeah, I'm happy with that. What are your thoughts? Should I you mentioned how everything changed and there's this divide. Do you think it was the right or wrong decision? What do you think?
I think it was the right decision. And but I also think that you took one for the team. And I want to thank you for that because frankly, your decision to do this, especially at a time when you're personally very vulnerable. I mean, you're going through a lot, man. And we all feel for you for what you're going through personally, and for you to deal with this on top of that is kind of epic. And so really my hat's off to you, literally and figuratively. And it's like you did this so we don't have to. And that's something that I want to emphasize, there's been a long debate about the nature of engagement around these subjects. And I have long been a proponent that more engagement is necessary because of the fact that I think that the worst abuses have metastasized, like Burroughs Cave, have metastasized as a result of the deliberate ignoring them by the mainstream. In the 20th century, it was common, and early 21st century, it was common for old guard institutional scholars to say, don't talk to those people. Don't look at those people, pretend like they don't exist, because your career will be tainted by them. In other words, the guilt by association with even engaging with these fringe ideas, it will be like a professional death sentence, a poison pen. Like just being near them, it will be enough that your peers will think that you're not serious, that you're doing goofy Atlantis shit. And that's going to make it really, and I've disagreed with that because I see our mission to the public as important. I see the fact that popular archaeology is dominated by those people, while other people say they're too good to stoop down to the muddy depths of that space. But so while I've always been on the must engage with them more side, I recognize that there's merit to their argument. There absolutely is a taint that you get in some ways, right? Like there will be, you will get dirty. You will smell like a skunk, and the skunk will enjoy it, right? And that, you'll don't tangle with the pig, because the pig you'll both be covered with mud, but the pig likes it. And so when you get down into the fray, you're going to be in that situation, and you may suffer consequences as a result, but it's for the common good. It's not for you. You're not doing it for your own career benefit. You're doing it for people. And that's why it's important.
I mean, I think hopefully I've motivated people because, but partly, I guess, because my dad was an archaeologist, partly just because of my more traditional background. And I'm well known because of that in the field. I was not very well known outside of the field, but in the field, I was fairly well known and respected. I think it's also convinced more people in our field to recognize how important it is that we do this kind of engagement. To hopefully it'll help you and others that do this to justify it being serious work, because it is. And at the same time, I mean, I put a big target on my back, but I wanted to, because part of what motivated me, there was a specific event that happened in the aftermath of Ancient Apocalypse season 1 coming out, which was that Graham was trying to convince John Hoops to debate him and convince others for a debate. And at one point, he was being very nasty, and he talked about, if you remember in season 1, he read out a letter of how they wouldn't let him into Serpent Mound. And he posted this blog post about that. And in that blog post, he had a screenshot of some email communications, and he doxed somebody who worked at Serpent Mound. And having dealt with Twitter trolls at that time, I just knew that what this means is this person, this innocent person, is about to get 10,000 emails coming her way for no reason other than she just works there. And it really enraged me. It was just sort of like, Rachel's here, so we'll let her in a second. But it was just like, you know what? No, I will take that fucking heat on Twitter. I'm happy to do that. I can handle that kind of bullshit. And I don't feel like them going around and targeting random people who are not trying to do that kind of stuff. And so it's like, that really pissed me off. And so it's just like, I see this all the time. They target random excavations. The people who work at Göbekli Tepe have to get so much shit from not the public, but from these assholes who are converted by the most toxic asshole of them all, Jimmy Corsetti. And so it's just like, you know, what that creates is so much trolling towards people who are just trying to do research. And that just, you know what? Fuck you. Come after me. Don't go after all these people is how I feel about it. You know, because I can fucking handle this shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Saybrook too, right? Like there's other sites in Turkey. They're like all part of the same conspiracy, even though they're different universities and different excavation teams and everything. But they're all like under the umbrella of the Turkish government or something. I don't know. It's really nauseating. I'm quite understand why it's so offensive. I'm so glad you're doing it, and I want to just keep here cheering you on the sidelines. And the other point that I'll say, and then you should get Rachel on, and I'll segue out, is that I also discussed what did I learn after the debate. I learned that I was kind of disgusted with the underhanded way that Graham used these smaller YouTube channels to do his dirty work. Yeah. I found that to be quite.
He's not willing to lie. He gets them to lie.
It's like he
what a total
decided
fraud.
that he performs this genteel, super polite, like very waspy, you know, like white Anglo-Saxon Protestant like politeness rituals. He does very well. He doesn't say disparaging things to your face. He might talk about you behind your back a little bit, but he's not going to like tarnish his reputation by stooping to the depths that his close allies and friends will on his behalf. And I find that to be fundamentally gutless. I don't see any. I mean, as I want to give his ideas a fair shake, I would like to give him a chance.
He didn't even want to talk archaeology with me. He had all this archaeology he goes to. He wanted to talk geology. and about how archaeologists are mean.
Yeah, it's because it's a fundamental insecurity. His insecurity is going to cause him to behave that way, and it means that he genuinely knows deep down inside that what he's got is smoke and mirrors, and there's no there, and that's a problem. I mean, I agree. People who really believe that they have a revolutionary find, they're still welcome anytime, like to talk to any archaeologist. Show me that rock you found in your backyard, and I'll tell you what I think it is. But it's, you know, Graham Hancock is not doing that. He is selling something that he has made himself, and not something true about the past. And that was the revelation. I did think that he really believed that stuff, but I'm not sure anymore. I think he probably, part of him, knows that he's.
To be honest, that's what I'm working on for my final video, hopefully, about Graham. And it was that realization of him not being willing to speak about archaeology with me, that despite having read all his stuff, I thought he believed in it. Now I'm not as convinced. But let me say goodbye. Rachel's waiting. Joe, it was a pleasure. We'll have you back on. And
maybe in real life too. I was in Wales last summer. We didn't run into each other. My cousin lives nearby you and his family. Okay. So at some point, maybe we'll cross paths in real life.
Okay.
Take care.
Sounds good. See ya. All right. We now have, let's get Joe. Joe, you can just close the thing. We have Rachel. Hey, Rachel. How's it going?
How's it going?
I'm doing okay. Rachel here is the host of Inside Archaeology on YouTube. and she's worked as an archaeologist and a range of other things. And so she does great monthly roundups of archaeology news, as well as covering a variety, weekly roundups of archaeology news, right?
Monthly. I wish I could do weekly, but I can't.
But yeah, so tell us about your YouTube journey. How did you get started on there?
Oh man, it goes back a ways. I was talking about this actually with Dig It with Raven on my last video that I did with her, because I think her, me, and like maybe Steph and Milo and Archeo Soup, we feel like we're like the OGs, because I've been doing it for almost like 7-8 years, I think.
Yeah, you are then. Yeah.
So I started, was it back in, I think it was 2016, not 2017. I always get it mixed up. But I was in between commercial archaeology contracts. So archaeologists in the UK, if you work in commercial archaeology, you get employed usually for the duration of a dig, which can be sometimes a couple weeks, sometimes it can be months, but sometimes it can be like on Friday, you find out if you have work on Monday. It's super stable and secure. And I was in between contracts and I was just kind of bored. And I had been watching a lot of like recreational YouTube at the time. And I just was kind of thinking about how, you know, so many people were using the platform, but archaeologists weren't. There was a lot of content out there that was, you know, about archaeology, but it wasn't being made by archaeologists, and it wasn't like about archaeologists themselves, you know. So I was kind of thinking, okay, what would I find helpful if I was like starting out now in commercial archaeology? Like, what would I be looking for, kind of thing. So that's kind of what I got started with, was the idea of like giving advice to future archaeologists in terms of how do you find job adverts, what kind of degrees do you need, what kind of equipment should you take on your first dig with you, because like I showed up on my first professional commercial archaeology job in Canada with just my steel toes. I didn't have any shoes to change into, and I therefore then ended up like tracking mud everywhere for like a week.
Of course.
That's like that kind of stuff that you just don't think about. So yeah, so I started doing that, and I was doing okay. Like it wasn't, you know, really being loved by the algorithm, but I had like a nice small dedicated audience. I think probably one of my biggest videos was one where I went through the pros and cons of working in archaeology, because everybody thinks it's a really glamorous lifestyle, you know, Indiana Jones and all that kind of stuff, and they don't think about,
right?
Yeah, well, it has those elements, but it also has some parts of it that aren't as great. So I was kind of going through that, and that one has always been really popular on my channel. And then a few years ago, actually during COVID, I got furloughed, and I was just kind of like, all right, well, what am I going to do with my time? And I've been working on this YouTube channel. Why don't I kind of maybe try and do something with it? So right around then, I decided to rebrand, because it had a different name originally, which was Rachel Alman, which is it's based off of when I was like 7 or something like that. When I was a kid, I was playing this video game called Pharaoh, which is where you build cities in ancient Egypt. It is amazing. It's a great city building game, and my dad had put my like dynasty name that I played under all my games under as Rachel Alman instead of Tutankhamun. So I had taken that over onto my YouTube channel, and after a while I was like, oh, this is not really good for the search engine. So that's why I rebranded everything to Inside Archaeology, and then I started doing the archaeology news stories, because I don't really like doing a lot of videos on ancient aliens. I have a few of them sprinkled throughout my channel, but I don't know, maybe it's because I'm just like non-confrontational as a person. I just don't like arguing with people in the comments.
Okay, you're on the wrong live stream, you know. This is all about arguing right now.
Well, it has a time and a place, but I just like, I was just kind of like, I've done it once or twice. I did one where I kind of did kind of a general why these claims just don't hold up. You know, there's no big archaeology cabal that is hiding all this information from you, etc. And then I did one where I did back when it was like really popular to do like reaction videos. It was where I was like watching an episode of Ancient Aliens and like kind of reacting to it in real time. And so, but I only did one because I figured out very quickly that if you have more than 30 seconds of like a TV show or a movie, on your channel at a
Boom.
time, copyright strikes. So that didn't last very long.
Even
And
less.
so-
I did something with Sarah Parkak where we were showing that Total Recall scene with the reactors that look a lot like what's underneath the pyramid stupid thing that just came out. And we uploaded a test version just to share, I forget with who, and so an unlisted version. And it got copyright strike just from like 3 seconds from Total Recall.
Yeah,
it was just
I think
like,
it's
what
probably
the hell?
been it's probably been upped now. It's crazy
Yeah.
because like the technology now can detect it so much more easily.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, I just kind of like gave up on it, and then because also there's so many people that are doing such a good job about the ancient alien stuff, like you and Frederick and
Oh, I don't do ancient aliens. I do Atlantis.
well,
A little different.
conspiracy.
Yeah, pseudoarchaeology.
Stuff
Yeah,
in general. Yes,
yeah.
conspiracy archaeology. There's so many more people that are doing it. I just kind of felt like I was just repeating what everyone else was saying. And so that's when I kind of decided, all right, well, why don't I kind of take a different approach to it, which is that I want to highlight the real archaeology that's happening, because one of the common things that you see people saying is like, oh, there's no archaeologists aren't doing anything anymore. They're not digging, or like they don't want to rewrite the history books. There's no new research. They just stick to this old, and that's not true at all. It's
Oh,
just
of course
that,
not. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
the
this is why I
algorithm-
mostly highlight scholars. I don't mostly do this debunking stuff,
yeah.
but for some reason, the debunking stuff always is what takes off in the algorithm.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
well,
yeah.
it's rage bait, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's the stuff that gets engagement.
It's really
So
frustrating though, because I'd rather just share real stuff, but like I need
Yeah.
to do a steady stream of that stuff to get more attention and then to help boost some of the real stuff.
Yeah.
It was one reason we were actually planning on putting out a video about Rogan for this anniversary, but with Professor Dave doing that video, I wanted to do something real. So we did a
Mhm.
video on Pompeii instead and the sort of tree roots there.
Yeah.
And which I think is great, and it's getting attention now because of the reaction from Mr. Dave's video. But it's like, you know, what I didn't want to do is just do a repeat of this stuff and just only be typecast for the algorithm is like stuff about Graham Hancock and Joe Rogan. I can't be just typecast on that. You know,
Yeah,
that's not
no,
what I want to do.
I get that. It is really frustrating because, yeah, that stuff gets rewarded the most. Because I do marketing as my like real job now,
Mhm.
and part of that for a while was doing search engine optimization. So I kind of know a bit about that, and it's just because the pseudo stuff is so polarizing. Either if people are for or against it, people will engage with it regardless. And that's what the algorithm, that's what the platforms are looking for. They just want you to be on the platform, engaging with the content, engaging with the material as much as humanly possible. And they don't care at all the morals behind how they make that happen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, 100%. I mean, and that's why, like, I've been harping throughout these, 3.5 hours with different people is I think a bunch of our goals is to try to do what you do, think about these algorithms and how we can try to make them benefit us more. And so, you know, it's one of my reasons why I want to have you guys on so we can mention each other in our videos so that we can build more connections in that algorithm between our channels so that when I have a video that goes viral, boom, it's going to recommend Inside Archaeology instead of some jackass who does something stupid. And so,
I mean,
you know,
I would love with archaeology news, like my dream one day when I was initially kind of concepting making it was like the idea of having it be like a newsroom with like multiple anchors. So you have like the main person who's like sitting at the desk and be like, and tonight we bring you to blah, 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 blah. And then at some point you can be like, and now we're going to Flint Dibble, our zooarchaeologist on the ground in Athens. He's going to tell us this story about this. And then you kind of can bring in other people and have them tell the story. So that's also where I got the idea. I think my USP, my unique selling point, to use marketing speak, for archaeology news, because a few other people do similar stuff. I think Kaylee and David Miano were doing live streams about that stuff. But again, live streams, whereas I do like a video, is that one day I was like, why don't I just contact some of these archaeologists to see if they want to come on the channel? Because if there's anything that I know about working with a lot of other archaeologists is that they're either like they don't have time to cultivate a huge social media following. They're too busy doing other stuff. But they want to talk about their research and they want to share it with people. So my thinking was, well, I'll give them that platform. And then also it's a bit more secure than just like a journalist, because I'm an archaeologist. So like, I'm happy to try and, you know, not say they were stunned by this when it's kind of expected. Or also
when they actually did amazing modeling to discover where to go, which is why they found this stuff. In fact, they weren't stunned at all. They were really smart and expected that.
That kind of stuff. So so I started reaching out once or twice I pick 1 or 2 stories a month, and I reach out to the people behind them if I can, you know, do some light internet stalking and find their email. and I reach out to them, and I don't think I've ever had anybody say no. I think I've had a few people just not answer. So I don't know if maybe I'm just going to junk mail, but it's really, I got a lot of really good feedback from people about it, because again, it's like lifting that idea of being in our ivory towers and stuff. It's like connecting people straight to the archaeology. It's after doing archaeology news for like 2 or 3 years now it's finally starting. The algorithm is like, oh, people want to watch this, which is better late than never, but
No, I agree. Well, whatever, that's good. I think that's the goal, and I'm trying to do a lot of that by bringing scholars on my channel too. So we should definitely do a larger stream with the two of us at some point. We should find a fun topic to talk about. That would be fun. Maybe something new in the news. Yeah.
You're a zooarchaeologist, yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm I have an Osteo master's, not a PhD, and like I've not gone near Osteo.
So we can do some bones, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, we could play a game of like, what is this bone, or something like that.
And then argue about whether studying human bones or animal bones is easier or harder.
Well, I mean, I did a zooarchaeology course at University of Sheffield, like a short course for 2 or 3 days.
Oh, short course, with Umberto,
Yeah, with Umberto, and like I think zooarchaeology is definitely going to be harder, because at least
that's what I tell my master's students.
Yeah, I mean, with human bones, you only have like 1 taxa to memorize. I mean, fair enough, zooarchaeologists, you know, everyone has like a reference collection and all that kind of stuff. But I imagine after a while, you get really good at like just being able to kind of roughly place what it is when you've worked with it enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, once you study a million of them, it becomes a lot easier, without a doubt. You know, I mean, you know, so I was trained at Sheffield, actually. I did a master's there. And so that's why I know Umberto really well. And Paul Halstead was my supervisor, and Fallacies Izakidu. And so, you know, Paul's way of putting it was, you know, you need to identify 10,000 bones before you're an expert in this. And the problem is, because animal remains are so fragmentary, that means you need to go through at least 100,000 bones before you can identify those 10,000 bones. And so, you know, by the end of my PhD, I'd gone through that many. But it really took that to get to the point where, you know, you can give me a bone, I know what the fuck it is immediately, and I can tell you all the different variables on it without always needing a reference. But the thing is, again, they're so fragmented, they're so small, they get gnawed by dogs, all the taphonomic weathering and erosion and whatnot. You still need a reference collection to really do zooarchaeology. You can't do it without one to do it properly.
I worked with a very eclectic individual archaeologist in the UK who was, I think, trying to do some zooarchaeology stuff, and was trying to build their own reference collection by collecting roadkill off the side of the road.
Of course, we do that all the time. I mean, like, I have done that plenty of times on a dig on Crete. The manager of the institute we were working at the lab work at, Institute for Aegean Prehistory, she was like on the way, she comes in and she's like, oh, I just passed a dead badger on the road. You guys want it? And we're like, yeah, take us to it. And so we got it. We buried it. Its bones have now skeletonized, and they're now part of the reference collection there for when we find badgers on Cretan sites. And so, yeah, that is how we do this. Yeah.
My very first commercial dig that I did in the UK, we were digging literally in the center of Edinburgh. at the site of the old botanic gardens that were here. They got moved somewhere else, and then they had left behind like a cottage, the gardener's cottage, and then they were taking the rest of that down to put up student housing, which is just the standard construction project here in Edinburgh nowadays. But we found on site a dog skeleton that had dish, which I was, as an osteo student, I was so excited. I was like, it might not be human, but this is a classic example of dish, which for everybody watching who probably doesn't know what I'm talking about, I don't remember what the exact acronym is, but it's basically where your vertebra in your spine like fuse together, and it looks like there's like candle wax dripping down all your different vertebrae. I had like 4 or 5 of them all together. It was that poor dog.
That's wild. Yeah,
But-
seriously. Yeah, that
Yeah.
dog was in some serious back pain. Yeah. All
just
right.
goes to show that we could definitely do like a bones only channel.
I think we should. I think we should do
Skeleton.
a human osteo versus zooarchaeology stream or something like that. Either a recorded video or a stream.
Yeah.
I think that would be fun. I could do it from the lab even probably.
Okay.
Yeah, so we could have some examples. I'll talk to you about what you want me to show, and then yeah, that would be actually pretty creative. I think that could be kind of cool, live from the lab type thing.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I did like a video that was what we can tell from your bones a few months ago, and in it I did the classic example where I put up x-rays of a bear paw, and I said, do you know if this is animal or human? Like, take a guess, audience, because I remember that happening to me in one of my classes, because I've
used that exact example. Yeah, I used that in my zooarch example. Yeah, and I mean, bears are interesting because their teeth are also similar too, because they're fairly omnivorous. I mean, they're bigger. Pigs are a better example, like especially human osteo people, and especially for Paleolithic projects, because they learned human evolution, right? And they learn how human evolution, and then they show up at some cave or rock shelter where they're digging up material from 20, 30, 40,000 years ago. And I swear every summer they find a pig tooth, or a boar tooth is what it would be. It would be a wild boar. And they're like, finally, I found my Neanderthal. And then some jackass like me is like, no, that's just wild boar. This is the problem when you just learn human osteo and not zooarch as well.
Yeah.
Not been trained on how to distinguish between these different species. And there was one time where my dad, I was really mad at him. They came back from the site one day, and they were like, we found this Neanderthal calcaneus. And I was like, can I see it? I'm a zooarchaeologist. And they're like, no, we're saving it till Jean-Jacques Houblin. He was the director of the Max Planck Institute for Human Evolution at the time. He's coming next week. We want him to be the first person to see this. And turned out after he got there, it was a bear, not a human. So this happens all the fucking time.
Well, I thought I was in Jordan once. I ended up being kind of the osteo on site because I had the most experience. I didn't have a master's degree yet, but I had done some work with our osteologists, and I'd done all the courses. So I wasn't doing like a lot of stuff, but they came up to me one day and they had a scapula that was probably from like oxen or something. It wasn't human. I knew it wasn't human immediately. And the one field director kept on saying to me, like, what? I don't know. This. And I just finally I turned around and I was like, does it fit on my back? No, it doesn't. Is it the right size? No, it's not. It is not human. I'm telling you.
I think I probably confuse all my zooarch students by oftentimes showing them the bones on my anatomy, but we're talking about like a dog or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, yeah, that's like the elbow. And they're like, dogs don't have elbows. And I'm like, well, all right, the joint of the forelimb. And it's just like, you know, it's easier to just think about that kind of stuff in that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do that all the time. And like, even with like a big cow thing, I'm like, yeah, it's right there. And yeah.
That can sometimes be the easiest way to figure out if it's human or animal, right? Like, does it fit?
Exactly.
Does it fit on the general human body? No, probably not human then. Just saying. My thing, I made a joke as well a while back on Instagram. I did a reel, and it's just like about how, because I lurk on a lot of the archaeology subreddits. So many people that are like, I had one where it was like a guy, he's like, oh, I found this found this diving somewhere in like Bermuda or whatever, and look at the ridges on this, blah 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 blah. What kind of stone tool is this? And everyone in the thing was like, it's a rock, it's a rock, it's a rock. And I see so many of those like identification posts where someone's just picked something up and they're like, oh, this must be a spear or an arrowhead, and it's like, it's just a rock, which I think
I
ties
answered
into
a
sometimes
question
the
like that on
zooarchaeology and like how things in nature can resemble things that we create, but there is a difference.
Well, oftentimes these don't even resemble stuff. Like I saw a post on the archaeology subreddit r/archaeology really recently, and it was just like a bunch of rocks. And so I said, I'm sorry, these are just rocks. And the dude got really annoyed at me. He's like, no, I've had like 4 different experts look at them. They're really intrigued by them. I'm like, okay, but they're just rocks, but whatever. You can say what you want. They're not even the kind of material that humans work. And, they don't resemble anything, but you do you, man, whatever. I don't really care that much.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I think it was Laura was saying, I was listening earlier. It's just like, some people just don't want to be convinced.
Yeah. And, like I was saying earlier, look, my goal is to just talk to the people who want to listen. I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but if you want to listen and be not a toxic troll, you're welcome. I don't really care. I like to talk. If you like to listen, perfect. We'll get along, know, in this parasocial YouTuber relationship that exists between YouTuber and YouTubee. If you know what I mean. Yeah,
it is very interesting sometimes. I heard you asking Laura and Frederick about how they like deal with trolls, and it's just
tell me your story. What's your thoughts?
Well, I don't know. I facilitate between the two because sometimes I'm feeling fighty in the comments.
Okay.
But I think I draw the line. If it's somebody that like you said is asking like kind of a genuine question, I will do my best to kind of reiterate the salient points, et cetera. But then like when they just start what ifing me, I just kind of stop the conversation, or at some point I kind of troll them back by saying I'll comment on their thing being like, yeah, this is just absolutely crazy, but thanks for the engagement, or like, thanks for commenting, that kind of stuff. Because like I was saying, YouTube doesn't care that they're saying rude things about me or that they're trying to, call me names on the internet. YouTube cares that they commented on my channel. So really it works in my favor anyway, which is something I try to kind of keep in mind. And also, if they start to get to personal attacks, which doesn't happen that often, thankfully, I will block and delete them. But luckily I've not had to experience too much of that yet. Whenever I posted
about bigger, you will.
I posted about the SAR. Well, I included the SAR scans in my archaeology news, and like it was just like my comments were just full of people being like, "No, you don't know what you're talking about." Blah, blah, blah. And I was just kind of like, there was one person who was like, "You have to redact this because what you said is wrong because the information when I wrote the video changed since the time that the video has premiered, et cetera, et cetera." Because this is all happening live, which is kind of one of those things where I was like, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because if I hadn't included it in archaeology news, my comments would have been full of people being like, what about the new stuff under the pyramids? Why are you covering it up? Blah, blah, blah. But there wasn't really a lot of information out at the time that I posted the video where I could be like, this is what's exactly wrong with this. Not to mention the fact that I'm not like a GPR expert. So unlike Sarah, I can't be like, this is stupid. Although I'll see if I can send it to you.
You can still say it's stupid.
Well, it is. But so like they've argued, I found what's his face's website.
Beyond
Harmonic SAR.
Yeah, I know.
And I was looking through it, and he's got that. He's got a video of where at the laboratory in Italy, and he's got a video where he's got the scan up, and then he like opaques in and out. A matched stretched up out like map or like picture of the layout of the thing, and to be like, oh my god, look, it matches what's on the radar. And so I actually took that and I put it in Canva. I'll have to see if I can send it to you.
Okay.
And it looks like a cat, and I found a picture of a cat, and I made the cat look like it.
It's like my thumbnail that I took from the hoaxeye that had the cat with the pyramids as the ears, you know?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, I found it, to me, it looks like a cat saluting. So I found a picture of a cat with its paw up, and I made it fit, and it also works. So
because it's like this. Here, wait, let me zoom in. This thing, it's the meme in this case, but it was from Hoaxeye. And so it's just like, you can see cats in anything, you know? This is the reality, maybe.
Cats are awesome.
Where's my cat? He'd like to hear that.
Mine, I mean, she was in here earlier, but now she's just, I mean, we're not even close to dinner time. So that's why she's not appeared. It's either that or my husband's fed her because he's the soft touch. So
he's the caretaker.
Oh, wow. I'm the caretaker, but he's like,
he's the one who spoils.
Yes. He didn't want to get a cat. And then we got a cat. And now if she wants to have dinner early, she goes and she paws at him. And most of the time she gets it.
Very effective technique.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to go and do a quick Ask Me Anything to the people here. So I'm going to kick you out. I think it's been about half an hour. And we should do this again, though.
I was a little bit late.
No, come on, Rachel. It's fine. But we should do this again. And everybody should be sure to check out Inside Archaeology on YouTube. She does a great job with news. She does a great job with a ton of archaeology topics. So go check her out. And like I said, we should do this again. We talked about doing it before you were pregnant or before you gave birth. But we should do this like a real one. Maybe the Osteo one would be a good idea.
Yeah. Well, my child at the moment currently, fingers crossed, goes to bed around 7. So
okay.
And she stays asleep for a few hours. So late evenings work for me.
Okay, that works. And oh wait, but you're where?
I'm in the UK. I'm in Edinburgh.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then that's fine. Yeah, great. Okay. Good. Yeah, we can do it.
Okay. Sounds good. Right. Thank you so much for having me. It's been lovely chatting.
Yeah. See you later.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Okay. Let's move to some questions to end this. I'm going to have a beer to relax. Somebody mentioned Doom Bar. I got myself a Doom Bar. I tried to pay attention to super chats that were questions, and I tried to pin them. Let's see if I can find this. There's a hypothesis that fossil remains might have inspired some ancient legends. Are there any historical examples of this actually happening? Maybe is the right answer. What you should do is go find the book, The First Fossil Hunters, by Adrian Meyer. I'll put a link for it in here, and I'll show you what it looks like in a second. This is The First Fossil Hunters, and it's very much worth reading. It's by Adrian Meyer, and it's really quite a good book. I would not say that there's any 100% convincing examples of fossils that inspired a specific legend, but there are examples that are very possible or likely depending on how much you want to buy into it. There's some good examples of ancient art which depicts fossils, which also might relate to like a legend or a myth. But yeah, so it's a question of how you connect the dots. But Adrian Meyer, she's a professor at Stanford, and this book is a good one to look at that kind of question. What other ones did I pin from Super Chats? 1 second, I got to get back to here. Doesn't Graham have enough money now to do the digs he thinks are needed? Yes, Christopher, Graham might have enough money to do the digs that he thinks are needed, but he doesn't have the experience or expertise to probably get a permit to do that in many countries. But there are countries where he'd be able to. Some countries like the US, you just need to do it on private land. I would personally advocate against people without experience or expertise doing any digging, though. So I would not pressure him or convince him to spend money on digs that he does. I think it was a bad idea because excavating up archaeology destroys it. As soon as you remove stuff from its context, if it's not properly recorded, using three-dimensional methods and things like that, it damages the material. So I would not want him to do any digs. And yes, I will give a shout out to Potholer54. He did several excellent videos on Graham's Netflix series. Go check him out. Yeah. So those were the super chats that I highlighted. I also had another question from my patrons that I did not answer yet. So I want to make sure that I cover this. 1 second, let me pull it up. Boom. Which, by the way, I do a lot of conversational podcast type videos. For example, tomorrow I'm recording a video with Paul M.M. Cooper of the Fall of Civilizations podcast and the Fall of Civilizations book. If you're a patron or a channel member, you can send me in questions in advance. So if you want to ask Paul M.M. Cooper, I don't know why I keep saying M.M. like that, Paul Cooper, a question about Fall of Civilizations, his book or his podcast, quickly join my channel membership or my Patreon. I prefer you to join Patreon as I keep more of the cut, and not on an Apple device so that Apple does not keep all the cut. But yeah, then you can ask questions in advance for me or for the people I have on. This question from a Patreon member says, not going to say happy anniversary because these people were rude to me. I'm not too worried about that, as I talked about before. But this patron of mine is worried about the state of academia and future stability of archaeology and anthropology training. So the question is about funding in the UK and US for social sciences and the rise of adjunct versus full tenure in universities. What do I think the future holds for the profession? It's a good question. And it's a really tough question to answer. I think this was Rita that asked this question. I am pessimistic in general at what I see are current trends, particularly in the UK and the US, for funding for archaeology and similar subjects. Here at Cardiff, I did a live stream a couple months ago. They are laying off 400 faculty and the majority of the School of History, Archaeology, and Religion that I'm a part of. They are not cutting all of archaeology. I have no idea what's going to happen with my job. I think I'm probably low on the chopping block because of the fact that I'm one of the newer people here. But we will see. It is what it is, I suppose. I'll know more about that over the next couple months. And in the US, we're seeing pretty severe cuts as well. So this is happening across the UK. The UK is having a major crisis right now in higher education, partly due to changes in visas and to changes in public funding for universities. And so what that's led to is a stark announcement of 3,000, I think, jobs so far just in 2025 that are disappearing. So it's really quite scary. In the US, with the new Trump administration, they're starting to cut funds for National Park Service. They're cutting funds for National Science Foundation, the National Endowment for the Humanities, and they're holding hostage funds for universities. And so this is having a real serious impact on archaeological research, training, and higher education. I don't really know what the future for the field holds. That's a tougher question to ask because the field is very big and there's a lot of different diverse sources there. But I would say that it's not good. We're going to have fewer opportunities for training students, and probably the field seems like it's moving backwards, where archaeology back in the early 20th century, late 19th century, up until sort of the 1970s, it was a profession that you had to be wealthy to actually participate in, because you needed to be wealthy to afford the education and to afford the fact that jobs that paid you a livable wage were not very available for most. And so most archaeologists were coming from a wealthy background. It was a gentleman hobby, if you will. And so I'm very worried that we're moving back in that direction. I do think also that it's a little too early to tell. I think that these trends are they're part of a broader trend that has been going on over decades, but they aren't a crisis until really this last year. And we're going to have to see how this crisis gets resolved. So I don't want to be too doom and gloom. After all, cultural heritage and archaeology and history are topics of prevailing interest for the public. And so I think in that sense, there might be different ways that scholars can use to fill funding gaps by interesting the public, maybe here on YouTube. If I do lose my job, maybe I can still do research by being supported by all of you lovely people who like to hear me talk about archaeology. That's where some memberships and patrons and stuff like that can come in handy. Not required, obviously, but helpful. Yeah, so I don't know where it's headed, but I certainly plan on staying in the field, whether I keep my job here at Cardiff or not. And I certainly plan on continuing doing public engagement. I just signed a contract with Atlantic Books to publish my book on Atlantis. I aim to have a draft done this year, and hopefully the following year it will come out. And I'm meeting right now with U.S. publishers in the hopes that I'll have a U.S. publisher as well. I expect I will. And then this book can hopefully sell like hotcakes. I can retire from teaching or do teaching as I wish and continue doing research and sharing stuff with all of you. So yeah, be sure to buy my book. Okay. Octrak just said, I feel like if he funded a dig but had real archaeologists run the dig, it would be a win-win for him if they find anything. Yeah, but the problem is the kind of narrative of archaeologists hiding stuff. If he doesn't find what he wants to find, then he will accuse those archaeologists of hiding stuff. And so I don't think it's a win-win, unfortunately. I think that there's a lot of issues with private money in archaeology and in similar stuff. I actually answered an in-depth question about that on my Ask Me Anything. Let me see if I can find it. So here, wait, let me pull this up. So yeah, Arsatsam asked about corporate sponsorship of archaeological digs and the issues that can cause by creating over-sensationalized findings and giving priority access to sort of corporate or private donors. I've encountered that at various times, as I mentioned in my reply here, which, by the way, if you want to check out the Ask Me Anything on Reddit, it's here. But one of my points was, if you look at some recent things, we also covered this on the live stream at what, 3 hours 45 minutes. I don't care about the typo. So what I brought up was the recent story, which I'm hoping to do a video or a live stream on at some point. Have you guys all heard about this dire wolf? That these dire wolves, I'm sure you have. It's been all over the news. So I actually tried to talk about this with the founder of the company on Twitter just recently. They apparently resurrected dire wolves, Romulus and Remus and whatnot. But the reality is these aren't dire wolves. They're gray wolves with a handful of genes that have changed. And so that's a bit of an issue. I find it to be a misleading communication to the public. I think the science that they're doing is really fascinating. Genetics and incorporating details from ancient DNA with sort of modern species. There's interesting, relevant science there, but I think calling them dire wolves is just total bullshit. And they say, no, but they have the morphology of dire wolves. Well, they don't at all. When dire wolves are an extinct species, the morphology of dire wolves is defined by the shape of their bones and their teeth, not by the color of their fur, because we don't have that directly from the past. A morphological definition of dire wolves versus gray wolves and other similar species, canids, if you will, is defined by their bones and their teeth. Or it's a genetic definition of species, in which case it's defined by DNA, and then these are definitely gray wolves. And so I find this kind of overhyped, over-sensationalized approach to archaeology or sciences like this to be problematic. And this is the role of money and private corporations doing this. And so I would like to say that I hope that the field does not move only towards private money, but at the same time, I think that we have to find supplements for the lack of public funds as these cuts keep intensifying, if you see what I mean. So yeah, let's see. Start putting some questions in the chat. I probably have about this much of a beer left, so 20 minutes-ish. And then I got to eat dinner. I've been going for nearly 4 hours, and I'm getting a little hungry. But yeah, so ask questions in the chat. I'm going to go through the Reddit really quickly and see if there's any fun questions to answer. Where are we? Where are we on this Reddit? I've answered a lot of these already. I hope people check them out. Hello. My best friend is into all the pseudoarchaeology stuff. Where did that go? He often mentions that he believes one of the lost tribes of Israel was in Puerto Rico, which is why they have found what he calls stones of Father Nazario. Oh, Jesus. Have I heard about this topic? No, but this is not this specific topic, but this is an old idea that has been debunked repeatedly since the 19th century. In fact, some of these claims of tribes of Israel in the Americas were perpetrated by hoaxes and forgeries. So that's total BS. You hear about lost tribes of Israel in America. There's not much evidence for that. I see a question in the chat. What is for dinner? I think we're having chicken thighs and potatoes. Should be good. Katopoulos sto fourneau, if you want to have it in Greek, which means chicken in the oven. Let's see. I have some questions in the chat that I have no answers to. I don't know about white rabbits and deserts. I'm not sure if Hassan will interview me. He'd have to get in touch with me. I don't have any contact with him. I'd be happy to go on any large platforms, though, and share real archaeology. Let's see. I'm quite involved in the online archaeology outreach space. Part of the problem stems from our ability to feed the algorithm. Is that a general science communication issue, or is there something about archaeology that is not getting traction? Great question. I discuss it at 3 hours, 50 minutes in my live stream. Link above. So this is a really good question. And I've had lots of issues with this. The algorithm has been seeded so much by pseudoscience that we oftentimes need to use their misleading terms. Things we've talked already, like megalith. We don't really talk about megalithic architecture anymore in archaeology. We have much more precise definitions for that. That is terms that come from like the early 20th century and have been stuck around by pseudo-archaeologists. But if you mention megalith on YouTube, views, views, views. If on the other hand, you mention something else that's, I don't know, polygonal masonry, no views. And so this is a big problem. And so I think we need to work with that by creating sort of clickbaity titles. But I think the best way to deal with this algorithmic issue is to build up our ecosystem and get more channels, more creators on board, talking and using proper terminology, the terminology we use in the 21st century. It doesn't need to be really complicated terminology, the jargon of academics, but we just need to use terminology that is actually acceptable in the 21st century to discuss accurately and precisely archaeology. And so I think what that takes is a concerted effort of having a lot of us put out material. And for a long time, doing public engagement was kind of frowned upon. And so the more we do this, the more we connect and knit together our algorithms, the better off we are. And the more that we can build out our ecosystem and try to use the algorithm to connect us together by mentioning each other in our streams and in our text things, by cooperating with each other and collaborating with each other on sort of events like Real Archaeology, I think we can knit together a stronger ecosystem of real science communicators and real archaeology communicators. And that, I think, is what we need to do. And I'm really grateful that some of the larger YouTubers with larger channels, people like, Stefan Milo and Milo Rossi and David Miano. They are interested in participating in this kind of stuff. I've already been collaborating some with Milo Rossi, as you know. I have collaborations starting to take place between the other two, Stefan and David, as well as other people here. I think we're watching our community coalesce into a far more cohesive community, which I think will help the algorithm work for us all. Is how I see this. And so I think that that's really, really important. But yes, I think at the same time, doing occasional debunks and things like that, using the terminology that is popular for the algorithm, can also be effective to get attention to your channel so that you can then start doing really, really fascinating and interesting normal stuff, like what archaeology actually is and what science is and how it works. And these sites that you haven't heard of that are totally amazeballs because they're fucking cool. Like, like the video I just put out on Pompeii that nobody thinks about. The tourists walk by these crazy concrete things and it's like, they're really, really friggin' cool. But you have to get to the point where you can do that. Any interesting baculum science news? Well, that the La Brea tar pits has the largest collection of direwolf bacula that exists. I actually talk about this in my video on bacula, the top 6 penis bones ever found in archaeology. Well, guess what? They are there, and we can morphologically identify bacula to species. I wonder what those dick bones in Romulus and Remus, these new gray wolves / direwolves / whatever you want to call them, I wonder if they match direwolf bacula, penis bones, or whether they match gray wolf bacula, penis bones. That would make some headlines. Let's check them out. Okay. What is a good book to read for laymen on the topic of archaeology? To get in-depth info, I highly recommend textbooks. They are comprehensive and provide a fantastic overview. The one by Renfrew and Paul Bond. Renfrew and Bond, Archaeology, Methods, what is else is it called? You have to get the right one. 1 second, let me make sure I get this right. Because there's like so many different versions of this textbook. Theories, Methods, and Practice. That's what it is. Theories, Methods, and Practice is really the standard here. So yeah, if anybody's interested in really digging into the details of how archaeology works and in depth, that would be the textbook to go to. There are obviously lovely, for more specific topics, check out all the interviews I do with archaeology authors. Because there we have stuff like, I interviewed Dr. Muthi al-Rashid recently about cuneiform. I'm interviewing Paul Cooper tomorrow. I've interviewed Eric Klein about 1177 BC and the sequel to it. I've interviewed Jennifer Raff about origin, the story of the people, the genetic history of people in the Americas. So, I'm trying to get anybody who's writing really cool new books on this channel. And most of them are more than happy to. T, how's it going? Have folks sequenced ancient chicken DNA? Yes. There are plentiful studies out there on sequencing ancient chicken DNA. I'm not plentiful. There's a handful. But yes, it is something that people are moving forward with here at Cardiff University. Dr. Julia Best is one of the leading experts in ancient chickens around the world. She's published on domestication and the introduction of chickens to Europe, for example. I think I've talked about that article before on different live streams. And I'll certainly have her on the channel at some point. We should do a live interview from the lab or a recorded interview from the lab. Now that we're slowly getting more equipment, please, that's where your tips go, is towards equipment, better audio, more cameras, so I can do some in-person filming. But yes, people are doing this, and they look at topics of domestication and otherwise. Do I plan to hire an editor or team in the future? I mean, if this became a more profitable venture, yes, I would employ more people and I'd have better equipment. Right now, I don't really make very much money from this. It just is what it is. It's made enough so that we can buy a new computer. I have a new mic. Not all the stuff I put out was recorded on my new mic, though. Sometimes I recorded it beforehand. So yeah, it depends on what we have. But yes, we are slowly upgrading our equipment. And I think if we had a bigger team, we could do much more stuff. So that would be really cool. But we're nowhere near hiring anybody yet. We're still trying to get equipment and trying to get to the point where we can start to do some in-person filming with just me and my wife, who does most of the editing. So yeah, I'd love to make this into a much more professional production, but that takes time and money. Neither of which I have much of right now, but we're getting there, you know. Let's see. Let's go back to the Reddit. What sparked my interest in zooarchaeology? Hey, Krish, we discussed this at around 4 hours in the live stream. I don't really have too much of an interesting story on that. It was one way where I could try to take a scientific approach towards, I can take these off, yeah. Where I could take a scientific approach towards the classical Greek world. Nobody was really studying animal remains from ancient Greece, especially from the historical periods. And so I realized that many of the specimens were not being saved. So I said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a name for myself and do something different. And so that's what I'm doing. And so I really do like animals. I like eating animals. I like pets. I like animals in general. They're really awesome. So it also helps me answer questions that I'm interested about food, because I like food, and about the environment, because I'm very interested in the environment in today's world and in the past. And so I can look at topics like climate change. I can look at topics like urbanism through an environmental perspective, which I think is really, really, really cool. And that's what I do. Let's see. Do I study ancient pests like rats? Great question, Meat Eater. I do not. As a zooarchaeologist, I specifically focus on animal remains from domesticated animals. So I look at those sheep, goat, pig, cow, dogs, horses, donkeys, stuff like that. Some wild animals, but larger mammals like deer, badger, stuff like that. However, one of my friends, I need to have him on the channel, David Orton, he's at York University. He has a big project, big funds from the EU, really cool stuff on ancient rats, and particularly looking at the spread of the Black Plague in Europe for several millennia. And so I really want to get him on the channel soon. He's on my short list of people to get on at some point. So I hope to have a whole episode on ancient rats and what they tell us about sort of pests that live near us, and also pathogens like the Black Plague. I think it would just be a superb episode that would get everybody really interested in cool stuff. Let's see. There's a lot of people who create pseudo-archaeology content. There are plenty of us who can produce online content, but sometimes it feels like particular media sphere is much more poorly unified than the pseudo-arch. How can we work together? So I've kind of answered this several times in this live stream. I really think that the goal is to create this more closely knit ecosystem, and I've been working really hard behind the scenes to do that among all of us creators, and you can see that as they come on my channel and stuff like that. So I think that's really the big goal, is to just communicate more with each other, keep boosting each other and platforming each other, and I think that that's really the key. I'm not going to answer that on there because I've sort of answered it several times. Let's see. Aha. Let's see. I lost hair. I have hair, you idiot. Any tips for setting up and promoting a new YouTube channel? My best advice is just get started. I answered something like this on the AMA on Reddit as well. I think the key goal is to just start making some content. Get used to it and get into a bit of a rhythm. You'll learn as you go. Don't expect your first video to be perfect, and don't expect your first videos to get views. I would recommend trying to reach out to people who also do YouTubing and talk about collaborations and stuff like that. I think that that's valuable for boosting. And I would recommend, what was I going to say? Reaching out to people, get started. Think about different ways that you can find your voice. That's something that you'll discover as you go, oh, I was going to mention, yeah, and don't neglect other forms of social media. You don't need a lot, but just having 1 or 2 other forms of social media where you're constantly posting to build up your profile in 2 different places, it acts sort of as a good ecosystem. I got my start on YouTube after I'd already grown a much larger Twitter profile. Now my YouTube is slowly eclipsing that. And so, but having that work in tandem with each other can be very useful. Aha. This is a good question. I answer this at 4 hours and 4 minutes in the live stream. Okay, Göbekli Tepe. This is friggin' complicated, and it blows my mind. Why is this the it's like candy for pseudo-archaeologists? I don't really quite get it, but pseudo-archaeologists just love Göbekli Tepe, and it's a cool site for sure. But it didn't rewrite all of history. We already had large monumental architecture from the pre-pottery Neolithic at the site of Jericho, excavated by Kathleen Kenyon in the 1960s. So when people say that Göbekli Tepe appeared out of nowhere and it's unlike anything else, it's really fucking cool. Don't get me wrong, I love Göbekli Tepe. I have a great interview with Dr. Lee Clare on my channel. I have a great interview with Jens Notroff on my channel about Göbekli Tepe, and I'm working on doing another video on Göbekli Tepe right now as well. And so I love the site, but I don't understand exactly why it's such a big deal in pseudo-history narratives. I tend to think that Graham Hancock highlighting it in Magicians of the Gods was one of the things. I also think that the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe made a lot of really strong claims about it that have since been proven to be somewhat wrong. For example, he claimed it had something to do with the origin of agriculture, which we now know there's no evidence for agriculture at the site. It's hunter-gatherers that live there, which is really cool too. Hunter-gatherers building this giant monument is really friggin' cool. Nobody's denying that. But he also made different kinds of claims about the burial of the site, which have since been proven wrong, and a variety of other topics that sort of certain pseudo-archaeologists latched onto. But to be honest, I think a lot of it just has to do with how picturesque it is. It was a really well-preserved, beautiful monument. And so when it came to light and in the news, the mysterious photos of these large pillars with these cool carvings of animals and different figures on them, they excited the imagination. And so in many ways, that's oftentimes what happens. Have you ever noticed that archaeologists are dealing with like the shitty, broken up remains of the past, while the pseudo-archaeologists only look at the stuff that's very picturesque? There's a pattern there, right? Because if you only look at the stuff that's picturesque, you're cherry picking a few little things, and you're trying to say that that actually represents the human past, when actually it's like the broken up animal bones and the broken up potsherds and the broken up stone tools that is the majority of our evidence. And they ignore that stuff because it doesn't look pretty and it doesn't look as mysterious. And so that's, I think, a big part of what made Göbekli Tepe so viral is just the way it looked. If you see what I mean, it looks so impressive, and it is really impressive. But we have other similar sites, lots of them, that just don't look as impressive, so nobody's really heard much about them. So yeah. Okay, I see there's somebody that needs to be blocked. Goodbye, Uncle Rufus. Yeah, what the heck is wrong with people? Why can't people just like be like normal fucking people? What is wrong with people? I will never understand this, but whatever. I'll just block them. You call me that? Like, fuck you. Like, I don't really care. It doesn't like hurt me in any way. You're just being a jerk. Like, I really just don't get it. Why do people get off on being random toxic online bullies? It makes no fucking sense. You're going to say the kind of shit like Jimmy Corsetti says? Why? Why? You're just an idiot. All right. Sorry. Let's see. Yes. Let's go back to Reddit. We'll do a little more. Friends into pseudoarchaeology, Substack, and playing the trumpet. Yes, I play the trumpet. Here we are with me playing the trumpet. I've played the trumpet for basically my entire life. I don't play as much anymore, but I do enjoy playing the trumpet. I talk about this a bit at 4 hours, 8 minutes on the live stream. Man, we've been going for 4 hours. Wow. So yeah, so yes, I play the trumpet, and I've been playing since I was 7 years old. I now mostly play the guitar because that's easier to play in my house without disturbing my neighbors. But I do like playing trumpet with other people, of course. So how to convince friends that are into pseudoarchaeology. That's tough. I think that probably actually starting with my debate on against Graham Hancock is probably better than sending them our videos, because I really pitched that debate towards people who are interested in pseudoarchaeology. So I think that kind of pitch, I think David Miano's videos are also probably better than Milo's and mine at having the right tone towards people who believe in pseudoarchaeology, a very patient tone that will walk them step by step towards the reality of real archaeology. That takes a difficult tone. And I admit I don't always have that. I really had to practice that to achieve that when I went to the Joe Rogan studio to talk with Graham Hancock. I find that tone difficult. It's not myself. I'm usually much more blunt. I'm patient, if you can't tell. But I am also just really fucking blunt. Like, the reality is, if you believe in pseudoarchaeology, to me, who understands the evidence, that's like believing in Santa Claus. And I'm happy to say that. Like, it just doesn't match the evidence. If you look at the real evidence, there's just, not only is there no evidence for Atlantis or aliens, there's really strong evidence against it, as we've discussed really for the last 4 hours. So yeah, I think that that's important. Have I considered writing platforms like Substack? Yes, but I find that my written work doesn't, I think I'm a pretty damn good writer. But I find I get a little more bang for my buck by doing YouTubing. It's a little more casual. I try to include my sources, and I try to have real scholars on. So I try to actually get people towards there. I do know that Smitty Nathan, she has an excellent YouTube channel. Let me get a link to that. She's a real archaeologist with a PhD in archaeology. I had her on my channel recently for a live stream. And she's fantastic, and she does a combined blog with sources and transcript, as well as her YouTube videos, as does Frederick Trusselham, who we just had on, the host of Digging Up Ancient Aliens. He does a combined blog and podcast and video. And so, yeah, I think that it's a good method. And if I had more time, I think I would consider doing it. Now that we have new software that can generate my transcripts easier, maybe I'll think about publishing them as text as well. I need to think on that. It's not a bad idea. All right, I'm running a bit out of steam. In the archaeology community, who is the best storyteller, and why is it Ed Barnhart? Ed strikes me as a decent guy. We've been in touch. I'm going to try to get him on the channel at some point. I think he's going to be in Wales this summer, so maybe I'll get a chance to meet him. So yeah. My opinion on AI, that's complicated and probably a bit off topic right now. I think it's just, let's reply to this. Discussed at 4 hours, 13 minutes in live stream. Yes, I think that it's about big stones. It's really that simple. Big stones. It interests people. It lets jackasses say, how could these primitive people move big stones? And it's like, because they weren't primitive, they were smart. Clearly smarter than you for asking that stupid question about how these stones move from point A to point B, when it's really obvious they did move from point A to point B. So, like, I really think that this how is at the crux of so much of pseudoarchaeology. How did people do something so impressive without the modern technology that we have? And what that shows is a lack of imagination for people in the past. Because we think, oh my God, I don't know how I'd do that. I'd use modern technology. Well, that just shows you don't understand more traditional technology that our ancestors used for thousands of years where they survived and thrived in very difficult environments that you, being coddled on modern technology, would be unable to survive in as well. So, you know, that's what it all comes down to, is a lack of imagination and respect for our ancestors who were able to accomplish some really fucking cool things, you know, just by their own sheer ingenuity and muscle. And that's really, really cool. And I think we need to give a little more respect. Hey, Cooper, thanks for the shout out. Definitely go check out the Elevated Thoughts podcast. I was on there, I don't know, like 6 months ago. Great podcast. The Dr. Joe Wilson said he's going to be on there soon. He was just on here recently, a couple hours ago, so go check it out. What else? All right, guys. I actually think I'm getting a little tired. I will reply to this one. He was an awesome archaeologist and a nice and generous person. He is missed. I actually mentioned his textbook in an earlier comment, Colin Renfrew and Paul Bond's textbook, Archaeology, Theories, Methods, and Practice, that I recommend. So, yeah, I'm feeling a little tired. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes, and my beer is just about done. So I want to thank everybody for joining me. This was phenomenal. We're going to keep doing more stuff over here at Archaeology with Flint Dibble. As I hope you have a sense, there's a lot of different things in the cards moving forward. I probably have about 10 to 15 different videos or live streams that I have planned out over the next few months. So I'm excited to share them all with you, and they will come out as they come out. We don't have a set schedule here, as this is a part-time part of my job. I'm mostly teaching and writing. Though, like I mentioned, my job is in peril, so maybe I'll be doing more of this, in which case I hope that you support me and this channel. If you like real archaeology, make sure to hit like and subscribe, and make sure to leave a comment as soon as I say goodbye to this live stream. Man, you can see how tired I am. Woo! But leave a comment to boost the algorithm. I really, really do appreciate that. And if you really have a few extra bucks, a super thanks, a channel membership, or probably better, Patreon or Ko-fi will go a long way towards helping me continue to do this, to continue to get better equipment, and to maybe eventually hire an editor and stuff like that to make this channel more professional. I have a lot of contacts, and I think that I could do a lot more with this channel if we could get the numbers up and things like that. So who are these people? Who are these people that say this kind of shit? All right, Brandon the Week. Is Brandon the Week been a troll this whole time? Someone tell me if Brandon the Week has been a troll the whole time. Like, tell me. Yeah, has he been? Should I block Brandon the Week? Someone tell me this. Like, what is this shit? Like, all right, I'm just blocking this shit if nobody's going to answer. Like, who are these people? What the fuck? Why are you such weak sauce, Brandon? Like, what the hell? All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Yes. Okay. Brand of the week, you're gone. Jesus Christ. Who are these fucking pieces of shit? Okay. No, but for the rest of you, besides Brand of the week, thank you so much. I appreciate your watching, and I appreciate the tips and everything. And we'll continue sharing real archaeology for free right here. Cool. Peace out. Love and archaeology to you all. Wait. We got to end on something fun. Sorry. 1 quick second. I forgot about this. We got to do this. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Flint, and I'm an archaeologist.
Dibble, rhymes and riddles, tickle, tickle, giggles, squiggle, jiggle, fiddle, Flint, Dibble, rhymes and riddles, tickle, tickle, giggles, squiggle, jiggle,
RM Brown, I hope you're cool with me using your song. I'm going to keep using it because it's about me, man. It's about me. Peace out, yo. Rock on. Love, archaeology.
Dibble, Flint and Dibble, Flint and Dibble, Flint and Dibble, Flint and Dibble.